The seasons dance in contrast. There lies a secret, a place where nature and nurture intertwine, where the rhythm of life follows the whispers of the wind and the crash of the waves. This is where happiness is more than a feeling. It's a way of life. From the deep-rooted simplicity of lagom to the remarkable resilience of sisu. From wild adventures to quiet reflection. The Nordics have mastered the art of well-being. It's not just about where we live, but how we live. Innovation meets balance. Community fuels growth. Nature inspires everything. Welcome to the Nordic Happiness Summit. I'm not in a hurry anywhere. I hope you aren't either. You've come to an event where I hope we all can feel that we can float around, be like fish in water, feel really at home. In other words, there's nothing pulling you away from here or pushing you away from here. Yes, there are all those unread emails. Sorry, I even reminded you. But we in the Nordics seem to know something really special that isn't as self-evident to people among those 8 billion of us on this planet in the other parts of our globe. In Finland, we talk about sauna and sisu and bastu, of course, more than ever. There is hygge, there is lagom, there is fika, all kinds of secrets that the ancient Greeks would have really been envious of. So, when we're gathered here for the first ever Nordic Happiness Summit, I want to start off by you all giving yourself a hand for being here, smart people, at this historic first ever event. You'll be telling your grandchildren about this eventually. This is hashtag a really good start. My name is Reidar Vasenius, and I'm really glad to be here. Being here doesn't make me happy. It really doesn't make me happy. I'm glad I'm here. But it's not my place to open up the event more than this. Just as we now sit down, I'll continue my coffee, have a little bit of a brownie, and let's now warmly welcome our actual host, the founder of the Nordic Happiness Summit. He is also a professor of practice at Hanken and the director of the Hanken Business Lab. A huge, warm, welcoming applause to Markus Vartiovaara.
Super happy, deeply happy to be here. This is for me what university education should look like. We have come out of the classroom together with our students to build this stuff together for you. We have learned along the way, and we have also celebrated life along the way. You are going to see one part of our initiative, but there have been months of work together, and also new friendships born, new relationships built, which has been wonderful. And of course, at least 2 times we've been to sauna together, and I promise you there will be sauna later on tonight for everybody as well. For me, the magic is not only what is happening here on stage. For me, the magic has been when you entered, you saw the first ever melting man sculpture being built by our fellows from the Arts University together with our own students. Wasn't that wonderful? Happiness in our times interpreted by art. Happiness was for me also to coming to a reception desk people greeting you. Did you feel the warmth and the enthusiasm also of our students? So not only doing some task, but being part of this movement. On average, people spend 90,000 hours working in working life. Should they be stressed, anxious, alone, or can we even transform the way we work and the way we live and the way we play together? I think there's a lot we can do still in the domain of well-being and happiness. So what we will experience today is science. During these hours together in this room, we're going to experience art. We're going to experience activism. People really taking ownership of this topic of well-being and happiness. Who should own the topic of well-being? Should it be the psychologists that own that? Or should it be the sociologists, the historians, or the economists? I think it's everybody. Every single one of you actually should take the ownership of this topic of happiness. Along the way, we learned from our friend Henrik. Where are you, the enabler of this? Maybe somewhere. There you are. That happiness can actually be even a duty towards ourselves and others to spread this well-being. And we're really thankful for those insights along the way and enabling. This wouldn't be possible without a wonderful suite of different kinds of people coming together and helping out. And this very place oozes of happiness in terms of bringing the Nordics together. And on that note, I'd like to first invite Janne, the host of this beautiful island, to say a few welcoming words for you guys.
Thank you, Markus. Thank you, Markus. Thank you, Markus. Dear shiny, happy people, a warm welcome to the Nordic Happiness Summit, also from the part of Hanaholmen, the Swedish-Finnish Cultural Center, the host of these premises here today and tomorrow. As you know, a big part of happiness and well-being is also equality, equity, and especially gender equality. And you will notice soon, most of us here in the beginning are men presenting. That's only because our CEO, she is traveling abroad now, and she can't greet us all welcome from the part of Hanaholmen. So my name is Janne Wikström. I work here as a project manager for Hanaholmen Academy, which stands for Cooperation between Sweden and Finland in Education and Research Policy. I have colleagues who work with other sectors like business, art, society, and security policy. In our strategy for 2025 to 2030, we have also defined our core values. They are trust, openness, integrity, sustainability, and joy. For me, it certainly has been a joyful cooperation already this far with the students, teachers, professors, other employees of these higher education institutions, and also people from Helsinki Partners, the Great Place to Work Coalition, and so forth. It's been a wonderful cooperation. A warm welcome, and I hope you enjoy this summit. Thank you.
What a beautiful island. We can be on an island dedicated to togetherness, the theme of this conference, bringing our nations together. And we actually, if you stay over all the way to the sauna, you will discover that we reawaken the founders of this island, President Kekkonen, as well as the young king of Sweden in a postal figure. So there's going to be quite a lot of interesting stuff happening even in the later nights. I recommend you stay all the way. Another really important collaborator for us is the city of Helsinki. And soon I would almost dare to say the capital of happiness, I would hope, at least ceasing to work on the topic and being serious about the importance of everybody's well-being and happiness. On that note, I'd love to introduce our Deputy Mayor of City of Helsinki, Daniel Sasonov. Welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, yes, it's really a pleasure to be here to open the Nordic Happiness Summit. And as World Happiness Report for this year was released last week, I still can say that I'm really proud to be Deputy Mayor of the capital of the happiest country of the world. And also, we're really proud as Helsinki to host this Nordic Happiness Summit, or technically we're in Espoo, but mentally host this Happiness Summit. And of course, these titles, we don't take them as a final achievement. Rather, we see it as a reflection of the ongoing work done every day. This work is done not only by city and its civil servants and politicians, but also, and perhaps at first, by companies, communities, individuals, and academic institutions as Hanken. We are together building a society that supports happiness and well-being. I'm also proud to share with you that we have started to use the happiness brand in our own city marketing. It's already quite well known internationally, so together with our marketing company, we have started branding Helsinki under the theme of Happy Helsinki. It truly is a headline that captures the audience interest. Also, I myself have recently answered several questions from foreign journalists and colleagues about the secret to our happiness. It's actually pretty surprising. I was in the World Cities Summit in Singapore in last June, and gave an interview to the National Broadcast Company of Singapore. And the first question was, how does it feel to lead the capital of the happiest country in the world? And I was pretty shocked, and as a Finn, I almost answered that but people are still complaining. But then I put myself together and found some kind of nicer answer that supported our branding initiatives. I think happiness in Finland and in the Nordic countries more broadly is not about constant joy. It's about trust in our institutions, in our neighbors, and in the future. It is about equality and access to education, to healthcare, to safe public spaces, to nature. And it's about the ability of people to live full lives in cities and neighborhoods that care for their residents and their environment. I think the city can build happiness by three primary pillars: livability, security, and belonging. These are the heart of what makes cities thrive. Livability means how smooth and carefree everyday life runs. We want to be a city where people of all ages and backgrounds can feel secure, not only physically, but also socially and economically. And as our populations in Nordic become more diverse and more urban, the question of how we create a genuine sense of belonging is more important than ever. Belonging is about inclusion, but also about connection to each other and to places we live in. Without belonging, even the most well-designed cities feel distant. I think the key theme to this summit is not just to celebrate what is working and to tell nice jokes about happiness, but also to ask how can we do better together. I really hope that this few days bring good ideas, good collaboration, and will grow something new. Thank you for being here, and of course, happy summit.
Thank you very much. And finally, it's time for our next speaker, our first opening keynote of our conference. And our next speaker is a professor at and leader of the Center of Well-being, Welfare and Happiness, one of the organizers of the Nordic Happiness Summit. He studies happiness from individual, organizational, and societal perspectives. And he's here today to talk about the emerging roles of happiness in a greater perspective and share his experience from having started the world's first mandatory Bachelor of Science and Master of Science programs in happiness and welfare at the Stockholm School of Economics. Please give a warm welcoming hand to Mikael Dahlén.
Thank you so much for that kind introduction, and thank you, Kiitos, for being here. I am so happy that we are all here together. Why are you here? That's a good question. And that's really, to my mind, why we are here. To ask good questions and to try and find the answers to them. So I'd like for you to think about why you are here, and during our time together, find the answers. And in the meanwhile, I'll start you off with some of my own questions. What's more important, money or happiness? Is the government responsible for your happiness? And does the World Happiness Report promote happiness? Good questions, I think. Let's start with the first one. Money or happiness? What's more important? That's intrigued me for quite a while, and quite a few other people as well, asking me, how much money do I need to be happy? And so forth. So I've started doing what I've learned from experience whenever I get a really tricky question, that I can pass it on to someone else. So I passed this question on to quite a few people through quite a few years. In my native Sweden, even here in Finland, in Norway, Denmark, quite a few places over the world. If you were to choose for the best possible life you could imagine for yourself, what would you say is most fundamental? Having as much money as possible, or being as happy as possible? Let's see a show of hands. How many would go for the money? A few. Interestingly enough, Henrik, who's one of the instigators of this very summit, now we know why. And so I can imagine, but let's see proof in the pudding. The rest of you would opt for happiness, yes? Wonderful. Then you are representative of most Finns, Swedes, Norwegians, Danes, and people all over the world that I've been asking. Because most people, when asked, when having their arms twisted to opt for one over the other, most people opt for, well, fundamentally, in the end, I want life to be as happy as possible for myself, for the people I love and care about, for the many people whose lives I directly and indirectly can and will impact. But when I reframe the same question in terms of time and ask them, well, what about right now? Today, tomorrow, this week, this month, this year, what would you prioritize getting more of? Happiness or money? Yeah, quite a few of you start laughing already, because you know that, well, suddenly the equation shifts, where suddenly a majority of people feel, well, sooner or later I'd like more happiness, but right now let's focus on the money. What we find when asking people, how much money do you feel would be sufficient to be as happy as possible? No matter how much money people have, just a little, somewhere in between, or oh so much money, 90% of all people say a number higher than what they already have. 90% of people feel that, well, more money would be better to eventually be happier. Which we can laugh at, but also worry a bit about. Looking at the world trend, where yes, for as long basically as we've been tapping into the generation of money across the world, on average annually we produced, generated, acquired more money, but the trend is clear. A little less all the time, at constantly a greater expense of the planet and society in many respects. We can't really rely on having more money now, tomorrow, this year, next year, the year after, for decades to come, to eventually be more happy. And that's why we've started looking into, well, if we turn it around and look into how money is impacted by happiness, how happiness could potentially impact our need for more money. I have a bit more happy news. What we find is that when we correlate people's happiness with their need for more money, the difference between how much money they have and how much more money they feel that they need, we see a pattern looking something like this. That for every extra step up the happiness scale, because happiness, as I hope you all are aware, is not an either or. It can be conceived of as a scale where we can have a bit less or a bit more, and every step counts. Every step up on that scale reduces, on average, people's need for more money, because then they have what money is really, truly, originally invented for: making life better for each and every one of us together, to everyone's benefit. And if we can focus on happiness instead of going the detour via money first, maybe we can get there more efficiently, effectively, and to everyone's benefit. And if you're a numbers nerd like myself, according to 3 studies we've conducted already, we find that the correlation between happiness and the need for more money is on average minus 16%. So, an investment in happiness is truly an investment in the economy for each and every one of us. That's pretty cool, I think. So what about the government then? Is the government responsible for our happiness? I'm not sure any one of you have really explicitly asked yourselves that question. But interestingly, what we found is that people implicitly seem to relate the government, what they're doing or not, with their current happiness. In a study in Sweden, which is forthcoming in the International Journal of Wellbeing, we found that people who are less happy are far more prone to vote for parties, political parties in opposition with the government. I'm not happy, therefore I need to vote against the government because they're not making me happy. Our colleagues in the US have found a similar pattern. And in one of my favorite, really quirky studies by Peter Esaiasson in Gothenburg, Sweden, and his team, they found that people who recently went through a heartbreak breaking up with a loved one, having an aching heart, being less happy, we're also less prone to give the government support. It's all the government's fault. And that feels kind of nice and comfy to have someone to blame. That's a happiness trick in and of itself, for sure. But we put that notion to the test with our Center for Wellbeing, Welfare and Happiness. We looked into the effects of the recent US presidential election and found that much like in the US, the same pattern emerged across several European countries, that depending on whether you were on the winning or the losing side, with the candidates that eventually won the popular vote, people were also more or less happy for that result. Small surprise, our US colleagues knew that already, but we took it one step further and looked at to what extent people's happiness had correlations and an impact on their good citizen behaviors in their own countries and democracies. And we found surprisingly, strikingly high, strong correlations between people's happiness and their inclination to cheat on their taxes, ride the bus for free, break the law, help their fellow citizens. Quite a few behaviors that are really welfare and government behaviors in practice. Meaning that more happiness makes potentially for better governance and government in each and every one of us. Happiness would fundamentally be a significant factor in and driver of democracy. And what about the World Happiness Report? Does the World Happiness Report promote happiness? Well, what we all know is that happiness is the foundation for the World Happiness Report, which reports on happiness. But we were curious, could the report and the publicity, which in our nations is huge, have an impact on happiness in and of itself? So we took the opportunity last year to gauge the happiness before and immediately after the World Happiness Report was publicized. What we found was that in our native Sweden, where we ranked a record high number 4, we're very humbled. 4 is super high in Sweden. Yes, pause for applause. Please take your time. We're really enjoying it while it lasts. One never knows. But as you can see, it was highly publicized. On average, every Swede was told 1.5 times, "You've set a record, you've never been happier." Could that attention, the discussion it promotes, the questions, really, are we record high? Are we really doing that well from an international perspective? Could that have potentially an effect in and of itself? And when comparing immediately after to, did we miss that one? Oh, doesn't matter. I'll give you the link later. When we compared happiness in Sweden immediately after, publicity around the report, questions asked, discussed together to find the answers, indeed, Sweden on average went up by an equivalent that, if at that time the World Happiness Report would have made a new issue, we would actually have climbed up to number 1. Yes, please, take some time to. So basically, what I'm saying is that potentially the World Happiness Report in and of itself, coming together, asking good questions, trying to find answers, can promote happiness. What I'm saying is that, yes, I am very fundamentally, truly happy to be part of our togetherness, because we need to be here and we need to be happy for the economy, for democracy, for ourselves, for each other, for all the people whose lives we directly and indirectly can and will impact together. We need to be here. We need to ask good questions and find great answers together. And I would like to give you some homework, being a professor. Think about that question. Why are you here? Discuss it in the break, during dinner. Why not send a message to someone and ask them, why aren't you here? And will you come join us next year? Because this is only the first of many, many Nordic Happiness Summits to come. So again, thank you so much for being here, and have a great continued summit. Thank you.
Thank you. On that note, since we're here together, not just alone, sitting in an audience, please introduce yourself to someone you've never met before, and please do include a small smile, and just briefly issue 60 seconds, 1 minute of our precious time to get to know someone new here.
Det är vackert när de får snacka sinsemellan.
Exakt. Thank you very much. Tack så mycket. Kiitoksia. Thank you. You look much more glad now. Much more smiling, and you're relaxed. And obviously, this is the most natural mode in which a human being is. Not just listening quietly to someone speak, but we ourselves engaging in an interaction with other human beings. Let's continue our program. Our next speaker will deliver us now more facts and data and views on what was actually just mentioned by Michael. Our next speaker is an assistant professor in economics at University College London and a research fellow at the University of Oxford. His work explores the intersection of economics and psychology, with a focus on how well-being can be measured accurately on a large scale. Exactly this. He will present key insights from the World Happiness Report 2025, to which he has contributed as one of the authors. So here to speak to us, accompanied by a warm welcoming applause, is Alberto Prati. Benvenuto.
Grazie. Thank you very much. I need to see how this is going to work. It's great to be here, and it's a great pleasure to give you an overview of the 2025 World Happiness Report. So I have 20 minutes to guide you through a report that is over 300 pages. So I just touch upon the content of the different chapters, and my hope is that you're going to get a better idea of what we're doing with the report and what we found. So let's start. First thing first, what is the report about? You should think probably happiness, but not really, actually. So happiness in English everyday language, but also in social sciences, typically refer to more an ephemeral mood or emotion, while the focus that we have in the report is broader, is about well-being. I think it could be called the World Well-being Report. There are, how do you measure well-being? So there are typically two approaches. One, objective measures. You can look at the quality of the air, at the poverty ratio, or subjective measures. You can ask people how they feel. Are you satisfied with your life? Are you satisfied with your work? And this is the approach, by and large, that is used in the report. More precisely, the key measures that we use are displayed here on the slide. So two of them are about how people evaluate their life, so life evaluation, or how satisfied they feel with their life, how satisfied you feel on a scale from 0 to 10, or how far are you from what you think is the best possible life. Then there are two other measures which are about positive and negative affect. How do we measure this? This is about the positive and negative experiences that you can encounter during the day, and this is measured through questions about have you experienced enjoyment of interest or anger and sadness the day before. So we take these measures, and in this year's report, we focus on a particular topic. Each year there is a different topic which is a common thread of the chapters, and this year is caring and sharing. And this is in recognition of the importance of social relationships for well-being. We know that social connections, trust, friendship, family, sharing, all these things are fundamental for well-being, and we try to explore this more in detail. So let's move to the report. Chapter 2 is about benevolence. What do we mean by benevolence? Well, acts of benevolence such as donating or volunteering or helping a stranger. And the frequency of acts of benevolence are very well correlated with life evaluation. In this chapter, they focused on a specific and interesting measure, which is the answer to the following question. If you lost your wallet, how likely it is that it would be returned? This is a measure of, social trust in the community, and the authors document that this perceived social trust correlate with life evaluations. But there are two interesting findings. The first one is about, this question is about how you perceive, in Finland, if you lose a wallet, would you expect that people are returning this wallet? But what happens in practice? And there is a charming study published in Science in 2019 that did this. They dropped some wallets in 40 countries in private and public institutions, and then they saw, is it actually returned or not? What turns out is perceived benevolence and actual benevolence are actually very well correlated. So in Nordic countries, people expect the others to return the wallet, and actually, very often, this wallet is returned. But, there is a but, and the but is that there is a perception gap. People, by and large, underestimate how likely is this wallet to be returned. So this is data from Canada, and where the blue bar, the dark blue bar, is about the perceived likelihood of a wallet to be returned. People expect 1 out of 5 to return the wallet. Actually, 4 people out of 5 will return it. And there is some hope in the fact that this perception gap can actually be narrowed so that people feel more connected with their communities. Next chapter, where I contributed as a co-author, is about sharing meals. So in 2022 and 23, for the first time around the world in 142 countries, data about how many lunches and how many dinners people shared during the past week were collected. And we were quite excited about this because it seems like a tangible, concrete measure of a social ritual which is very old and quite universal. So first thing, we documented quite a lot of variation in how many meals people share during a week. So it goes from about 2/3 of meals in Latin America all the way down to about 1 meal out of 3 in India and East Asia. But our focus was on the relationship of this social ritual with respect to well-being. And when we looked at this relationship, we were staggered by how strong this is. Not only countries where people share more meals tend to report higher levels of well-being, but also within a country, those who are more likely to share meals tend to experience higher life satisfaction and higher positive affect. To give you a sense of the strength of the relationship, if I ask someone, how many lunches and how many dinners have you shared last week? I'm learning about their life evaluation as much as if I was asking them, what's your income band? Or are you employed or unemployed? We were excited about these results, but we also wanted to see what is the trend. Are people sharing now more or less meals? Which direction are we going? Now, this global data set is available only for 1 year, but some countries started collecting data about habits back in time, and one of these is the US, where we used the American Time Use Survey to look at the trend in dining alone, in not sharing any meal on a given day. In 2003, a bit less than 20% of Americans were dining alone. Today, this is closer to 30%. You can see this is this increasing trend. And when we try to understand who's driving this trend, this is really the generation of young adults. People who are under 25 today are much more likely to dine alone than not. And this can tell us something about the importance of bringing people around the table again. We cannot talk about the importance of social relationships without talking about family and household size. And in this chapter, the focus was on a comparative perspective between Europe and a place where family bonds are particularly important, Latin America, Mexico in particular. The authors looked at how people who are in different family arrangements, living alone or in a couple or with kids, report different levels of satisfaction with respect to their family, to their life, to their financial situation. What do they find? Couples who live without kids tend to report higher levels of financial satisfactions, but lower level of satisfaction with health and family with respect to couples who live with kids, while other types of household arrangement, single-parent household, people living alone, people living with different generations of family members, tend to score lower on all the satisfaction measures. This invites the question, okay, how big should the family be? Of course, this depends from person to person, but what we can look at is, on average, the relationship between life satisfaction and the size of the household. And when the authors look at this in Mexico and in some European countries, there is this inverted U-curve shape. That is to say, people who live alone or who live in very big households tend to be the least satisfied. while people who live in household of medium size, 3 to 4, are the ones who report, on average, higher life satisfaction. What can we do about it? So I mentioned before that, in particular, the young generation is less likely to engage in a social ritual like dining with other people. Chapter 5 tested some interventions aimed in particular to young adults, students. The intervention was carried on at Stanford, and what they tried to do in one of these interventions was to close the perception gap. As I said before, people think that others are maybe less kind and less interested in others than they actually are. So in this intervention, they put some posters in residential halls at Stanford, and giving information such as, 95% of students are likely to help others who are feeling down, or most of students are happy to engage and meet people they don't know. And then they compared the people who were living in these residential halls with those who were living in the other ones, and they documented that the perception gap indeed tended to close. People were more aware of the others being more open, but also in practice they tended to engage more in socially risky behavior, like reaching out to someone you don't know or create a new friendship. There are other fascinating interventions, but 20 minutes is very short. So I'm going to move to the bleak side of well-being, ill-being. And one of the most striking and sadly striking expressions of ill-being is death of despair. By death of despair, I mean death which are due either to suicide or by the abuse of alcohol and drugs. And this is a topic particularly interesting in Nordic countries because despite the fact that they tend to score very high on the life evaluation scales, are also the ones who are the most exposed to death of despair. You can see here the proportion of death of despair, and at the very bottom there is Finland, where this proportion is relatively high. So the authors gathered the data from the World Happiness Report and tried to understand what is the trend over time in death of despair. And there are some good and some bad news. Good news, in 3/4 of the countries, death of despair have declined since 2000. This is particularly true in countries where death of despair tend to be high, so Finland among them. The bad news is that this is not happening everywhere. There are countries such as the United States and South Korea where death of despair used to be high and there is not a declining trend. Chapter 7 takes a different perspective, a more political perspective. What can life satisfaction tell us about values and about voting? And what they try to explain is how, on the one hand, life satisfaction and trust, and on the other hand, political voting are related to each other. And I think this graph is particularly powerful. It shows you how people who are below average on life satisfaction in their country, this data is from 10 European countries, including Finland, people who are below average of life satisfaction are more likely to vote for far left or far right parties, so to anti-system populist party, while people who are more satisfied with their life tend to vote for more moderate parties. But what about left versus right? Well, this is reflected in the level of trust that people have for each other, how they answer the question, do you think that people in general can be trusted? And people who tend to vote left tend to have higher level of trust in others, while people who vote for conservative parties tend to think that others cannot be trusted as often. Chapter 8 is about charity, is about an act of benevolence, the one of donating money, and asking a question which is quite pragmatic. What is the most effective way of donating money? And they try to analyze this by looking at a specific measure, which is known as well-being. What is a well-being? An intervention rises by one well-being personal life if life satisfaction goes up by 1 point for 1 year. They gather a wealth of data analyzing the well-being impact of interventions from different charities. And what they find out is that, well, different charities tend to be definitely more or less, there is a lot of variation in the effectiveness of their interventions on beneficiaries. So, for instance, you see at the very top of the scale, Pure Earth, which advocates to reduce lead exposure, or Taimaka, that treats acute malnutrition. They tend to have very high cost-effective interventions that rise beneficiaries' well-being, while some other charities are less effective in delivering this. And what the authors propose is that this lens, the well-being lens, can help adjusting and improving the effectiveness of these interventions. I cannot conclude the talk without at least mentioning the country ranking. So as probably all of you, or at least most of you, are familiar, Finland was the first in this very specific ranking, but I would like to give you 2 or 3 pieces of information to help reading this ranking. So the first one is, remember that the ranking is not really about happiness. It's based on one particular question, the one I displayed at the beginning, about life evaluation. Second thing to keep in mind is the ranking is built using 3 years averages. So recent events are unlikely to affect it too much. There are some countries, such as Israel, which we expect probably to suffer more in the ranking in the coming years. And the third thing I would like to mention is, in particular in Finland, it's very tempting to look at the top of the ranking, but within these first 20 countries, the well-being gap is actually relatively small. And it's important to not forget the bottom of the ranking, where there are very big differences and a lot of room for improvement. And sadly, this year, the country which scored last was Afghanistan. And this concludes my very quick ride through the report, and I would like to thank you for your attention.
Wow, lots of facts. We have now received 2 very strong presentations at the very beginning of our journey together, and clearly there are research facts, there is data, and there is experience behind what we're actually talking about here. So we don't just have to talk about our feelings. When I joined a company where my boss was sitting in Sweden, we had an important decision that we made. And then after that, he was asking, "Ja, hur känns det nu?" And then he asked everybody around the table to say how they're feeling about the decision we just made. And I did this. I learned never to do that again. And then with a straight face, I discussed our feelings. In Finland, okay, decision made, let's do it. So there are interesting cultural differences. Now, here, for example, we will love to discuss both with Michael and with you afterwards, and hear the pauses, and throughout the evening and the night. Unfortunately, this event is being run like a very tight ship. And the students who were given this task, they have these minutes. How many minutes each speaker is given? And you've kept yourself to this schedule very, very well. So now let's see the culprits of this really tight ship. In other words, we need to give a super huge hand to the project managers who've actually put this event together, can't sleep. They still have to work throughout the night and tomorrow, and then they'll maybe sleep for the first time in a week. Anton Mattsson and Onni Larri, students at Hanken.
Hello. Thank you all for being here. It feels almost a bit unreal to finally be here, to see you all sitting here. It's been a nice journey. And we're here to give the student reflection. We're going to keep it very brief, but we gave ourselves 10 minutes to kind of give the students' perspective on key things that we might have found that we would like to sort of make sense of the report and why the Nordic countries might be the happiest in the world.
Yes, thanks. And before starting, let's give a big round of applause for all the volunteers, students that have been making this event possible. So, to begin off, we need to define the word happiness. And as you all know, it has many definitions. And actually, in the beginning of this journey, Anton and I looked it up, as you do, Google it, and asked ChatGPT. And it came up with two meanings for the word. So it actually means both fulfillment and joy. And I think that many times in our everyday language, we're used to using this kind of joy definition. And that's one of the reasons why Finnish people, Swedish and Norwegians, also other Nordic countries, every time the report comes out, we're like, no. Look at the weather. There's no good weather. But it's not about the weather. Like, you know, it's about this fulfillment part, as Alberto was talking about. So actually, the way the countries are ranked in the rankings is by this one single question, which I think was super surprising, that there's only one question people are asked, and it's this so-called country ladder, right? So evaluate your life on a scale from 0 to 10, where 10 is the best one and 0 is the worst possible life you could have. And as you can see, it has very little to do with like smiling and laughing and that kind of positive emotions, and more like how satisfied are you with your life, really? So that's the reason why Nordic countries might not be the most smiliest, although we're an exception to the rule. But instead, we're on top because we have best conditions for citizens to live a satisfied life. And that's really what this event is also all about. We want to advance happiness in this kind of fulfillment sense. Although we write smile, it's contagious, it's just like, it's part of the recipe, but we know that there's so much more.
Yes. So if you look at the rankings, the Nordics, they are not in the extreme in any of the factors. So when you get a score, Finland got about 7.7 this year. The report tries to give these 7.7, try to divide it into scores it can explain. So we have GDP, we have social benefits, we have trust in the government, these kind of factors. So there are 6 factors, and then there's a 7th that's sort of we can't explain this factor. It's called residual. So the Nordic countries are not in an extreme in any of these factors, but they score high in all of them. And we ask ourselves, like, why? What's the deal? Why do we score so high? And one thing that we noticed that was not in the factors that we think can be distributed to all factors was education. The Nordics are very, very renowned for our good education. And we believe, as students who have experienced at least the Finnish education, that the biggest thing that our education has given us is empowerment. The Nordic education is very much focused on problem solving. You need to learn critical thinking, ask questions from the teacher, sort of fact check them a bit, talk back. And we think that this gives us the tools to sort of make sense of the world. When the world is burning, when the prices in the grocery stores goes up, inflation rises, instead of just it's really easy to just give in to a lot of reasons that some people in society might give us. But if you have the tools for critical thinking, the tools to make sense of this world, you're empowered.
And one more thing about empowerment, like this, what we're doing right now with Anton, it's part of a course at Hanken. So this is a course assignment for us. It's insane. Like
it's the biggest assignment I've ever done.
Yeah, me too.
But we are empowered, which means that we're more fulfilled. So that's our 2 cents on why we think that the Nordic countries might be up high. In true Nordic fashion, if you disagree, come and talk to us and challenge us afterwards. If anything else, we would like to thank you all for being here. Hope we see you in the sauna at the after party. And have a happy summit.
All right, you didn't use your 10 minutes. Actually, happy to tell you the producer has actually gave you only 6 at the latest schedule. But you kept even within that, so super efficient. They walk the walk, not just talk the talk, but giving really tight schedules to all the speakers. They held themselves to that same standard, so huge props for that as well. Let's continue in the program. It's time for some more research insight. A pause is approaching. You'll be able to move around, talk some more, but we still want some more data and facts. And our next presenter is a researcher and lecturer and project manager at Hanken Business Lab with a PhD in economics and a decade of experience in entrepreneurship and management research. She has worked on United Nations Development Programme initiatives, international research projects, and multidisciplinary collaborations. And she will now share insights from Hanken's latest fresh research on happiness, diving into what the data reveals and why it matters. Give a warm welcoming hand to Alina Janoglo.
So, hello everyone. Happy to be here with all of you today. And before we dive into the data, I would like us to take a quick moment. I would like to ask you to simply smile. Just a genuine little smile. Let's hold it for 3 seconds, please. Great. Did you feel that tiny shift in your mood? That's just a glimpse of the power of the happiness. Now, imagine that feeling amplified, not just for a moment, but as a consistent part of our lives and even our societies. Besides being so influential for the national... Besides being so influential for the individual welfare, happiness can be seen as an important indicator of the society overall. So this is what we are going to speak about happiness. So currently, our team at Hanken School of Economics has focused on research of happiness and its correlation with democracy, longevity, and health. So just to brief, we'll discuss about the purpose of our research, some theoretical background, and our main, or at least some of our main findings. So our research aimed to explore the correlation of happiness with 3 significant societal variables, namely democracy, health, and longevity, which are highly influential for improving the quality of life. So the studies on subjective well-being, happiness, they increased for the last decades more and more. In the concepts of subjective well-being, of happiness, life satisfaction, quite often are used in research interchangeably, even though, of course, there is a difference. And speaking about the subjective well-being, we identify 4 main aspects. So, eudaimonic well-being, sense of meaning and purpose in life; evaluative well-being, life satisfaction; affective well-being, which is about the experience of positive feelings such as happiness; and physical well-being, health and longevity. Various studies reveal that happy people are more successful across different life domains. Positive effect engenders success, and at the same time, success makes individuals happy. So it works both directions. Happy people, they tend to have better social relationships, more friends, enhanced creativity, greater productivity, community involvement, to live longer, and better health. We decided to look at the correlation of happiness with democracy, health, and longevity. Of course, there are also some studies which are researching and studying these variables, but at the same time, some inconsistent results were found, which requires to look deeper into the topic and to continue researchers in this field. So we decided to conduct a cross-country analysis covering 140 countries around the world. And we used the data from the World Happiness Report, Democracy Index, World Bank, and World Health Organization. So first of all, let's take a look at democracy and happiness. We could, the size of the bubbles are proportional to the population in the corresponding countries. So overall, we could say that more democratic nations, in average, are happier than non-democratic nations. At the same time, there is uneven correlation between democracy and happiness by different regime types, which are highlighted in different colors. So authoritarian, hybrid regime, flow democracy, and full democracy. Our research shows that there is a positive impact of flow democracy, and especially full democracy, on the national happiness. So full democratic countries register, on average, by 38% higher happiness scores compared to authoritarian and hybrid regime countries. At the same time, the analysis shows that in between democracy and happiness, the correlation between democracy and happiness is weak or even non-existent for authoritarian and hybrid regimes. Also, we found a strong correlation between happiness and life expectancy, as well as happiness and healthy life expectancy. On average, we could say that an increase of happiness by 1 point on a 0 to 10 scale could lead to an increase of life expectancy by 5 years, and healthy life expectancy by almost 4 years. Just an increase of 1 point on a 0 to 10 scale. So to conclude, as we already said, more democratic nations are happier than non-democratic, and we found a positive relationship between the happiness and democracy, especially for the full democratic countries. Also, we found a significant positive relationship between happiness and life expectancy, as well as healthy life expectancy, when we speak practically about the longevity and the health. And definitely, happiness should be monitored by the society and definitely considered in policy making. And remember that happiness is a choice, which each of us make. Happiness is inside you. Be happy. Thank you.
Thank you. And in this presentation, like with Alberto, I think some of you will have questions regarding correlations versus causation. Clearly, we understand these go hand in hand, but what is somehow enabling the other? Which way does it go round? I think this will be some really interesting discussions that we'll have throughout the afternoon and the evening and night and tomorrow. Now, as we have some practical arrangements here, I will magically have you look at me, and then we will not see anything else. As we note that when we have these different kinds of words, you know, I've been emphasizing that I'm glad to be here. One of my main sources of deep philosophy is a very well-known, he lives in Finland, a philosopher known as Matti Nykänen. Elämä on ihmisen parasta aikaa. Life is the best time of a human being. And I'm happy to be alive. Every morning is a gift. I won't go into my personal belief systems more than that. But I think it's really important that we choose our words. You know, like we were hearing here about different kinds of happiness during the past 15 minutes here. Clearly, when we talk about love, for example, we had really interesting discussions this morning with some of the speakers where, you know, how many of you know what eros is? Have you heard about eros? Eros, yeah, at least some of you dare to confess that. Then, of course, there is philia, agape, and storge. How many of you know what I'm talking about? This tetrad, these four words. About a third of you, yeah. There are 4 different words for love in Greek philosophy, very different kinds of love. So accurately, like Anton and Onni were also discussing here, different kinds of happiness, and as we've heard already in our keynotes, words do matter. So we'll have interesting discussions, hopefully, about that as well. And magically, we are set for a panel discussion. And in this panel, we'll have Mikael Dahlén, as well as Markus Vartiovaara, both who have been here. And we will also have Professor Helge Thorbjørnsen. He is a professor at the Department of Strategy and Management at the Norwegian School of Economics. And Helge's work focuses on consumer psychology, behavioral economics, happiness, decision-making, and technology adoption and how these interact. And he is also the co-author of the book More Numbers Every Day, together with Mikael. And this panel will be moderated by by Jennifer Holmberg. She's a student, not yet a doctor, at Hanken. She has a decade of entrepreneurial experience already as a self-employed singer, and we will enjoy her during the dinner. Please give a warm welcoming hand to Jennifer and the panelists.
I can go here. Is that okay? Amazing. Wonderful having you here, Markus, Helge, and Mikael. And all of you guys here in the audience, it's a full house. Pure joy, that is. So, we're here to talk about the happiness report and the Nordics. And now we're here to try to dig a bit deeper into the question we're all asking ourselves, why the Nordics? And first of all, I'd love to ask you a more kind of country-specific question and characteristics. And I'd love to hear what's on top of your mind in terms of this report, and if you try to take it back to your own country. So we have Finland, Norway, and Sweden.
I think Finland should start. The reigning champions.
Number 1. Yes? Yes, perfect. I think we are probably the most confused ones. So the origin of the whole Nordic Happiness Summit started last spring when we were now the 7th time. and trying to make sense of this all. And that's why I find it wonderful to be with you guys, with our delegations from Norway and Sweden and Denmark and all over coming in to try to make sense of it. And obviously, beyond Finland, the most important thing is that the Nordics are high up. And there are some common things, I would say, that we already heard here earlier about the importance of democracy, importance of well-functioning societies. If I would personally try to make sense of the Finnish score, I would go back to a very deep sense of Finnish existence and appreciation for freedom. We wouldn't have this society without our forefathers fighting for our existence, building the society from one of the poorest countries in Europe, beginning of last century, to what it is now. And maybe all can relate to the feeling that happiness without freedom is not real happiness. Happiness without freedom is a little bit like a gift that you cannot open. You're just dancing around it. So freedom and fairness. I think we have a very fair society over here, and the close, distances in that way. Functioning societies in Finland. And the last F I'll give you on the terms of F's.
F-words.
F-words. And if you look at, for instance, this freedom translates also cultural freedom. Look at the Eurovisions. Our crazy, contributions from Lordi to Kääriä to now Barabadabastu. So there is some kind of odd freedom and comfort in our oddness.
Very well put. What about Norway?
Well, I think the sentiment in Norway is slightly different from in Finland, because we opened a newspaper last week and it's basically Norway on the rock bottom in the Nordics. And
we are the richest, though.
Yeah.
Apologies, and thank you for taking that on yourselves.
So, but it's kind of strange, right? Because we're on the top of 150, and I think we need to be really mindful about how privileged we are in the Nordics. It's like we kind of moved out of the Maslow need hierarchy into our own penthouse and looking down on the rest of the world, because we are extremely fortunate. And I think some of the commonalities is the high level of trust that we have in all the Nordic countries, and how that actually kind of lubricates all parts of society. Is trust between individuals, trust between us and the state, the kind of the government and politicians, which is really high compared to some other countries we see, and also between businesses. So I think that's something that's common, and I think it's fascinating in this years. You have this kind of lost wallet project, which fortunately we come quite high there, Norway. And I think there is some negative parts of that as well, because it seems like we overrate the dishonesty of others by almost 50%. And in the center and at Norwegian School of Economics also, we've done quite a lot of research. Jarif is in the audience here. He's done quite a lot of research on that specific topic. And we see through a lot of different studies as well. I think we've done 11 studies now on that. And we see that typically we overrate the dishonesty of others. And simple interventions, actually showing other people are more honest than we actually think, might also give a more boost to more pro-social behavior, and also trusting others. So even though we're number 7, I think we should be quite fortunate.
I think so.
Yeah, and that's really the thing. And I think I can only really reiterate what you've already been saying, because the difference is so small. So then again, on the other hand, as been shown by Alina in our work too, any increment up the scale, the leverage is huge in terms of so many aspects. So if you multiply that by the millions of people and the 365 days out of the year, with any increment, it really matters and is worth the while. But again, very small differences, far more things in common than what separates us, and that's why we're here. So I don't need to reiterate all the beautiful things you were saying. On the note of differences between Finland and Sweden became very apparent when Marcus and I both were at the World Happiness Summit in beautiful Miami Beach. 28 degrees centigrade. A never-ending long beach. And the Swedes, being Dante and myself, every night after the conference we're done, hurry down to the beach. The sun is shining, the water is warm, we need to go to the beach. Finns, nowhere near the beach, every night into the sauna. So don't worry about the weather, into the sauna. Swedes super stressed, the sun is out, we need to go. Yeah.
To be honest, Mickey, we were not only in the evening sauna, Saturday mornings with the sauna. So we were twice a day in the sauna.
Right, we were in the gym, you were sweating it out in the sauna instead, true.
Sounds like a pretty good frequency of sauna there. But what about, many times when you think about the Nordic societies, you think about individualism and individualistic values and all this. People talk about that we are so individualistic nowadays. How does this equation work when we're talking about the report and it's all about sharing and caring? What's your take on this, Mikael?
Yeah, I think a couple of aspects. One being that we are still, and it's moving averages, so we might get a new result later on, but still by international comparison and historically close to each other, we are egalitarian, we trust each other and so forth, but we need to be mindful and never take that for granted, because anything might happen and it's not necessarily that we're going in the right direction. That's important. And then I think there's a duality also in the explicit notion and manifestation of being collectivistic. I mean, we love singing together, we will be doing that. Going to the sauna together and everything like that. We have that, but not necessarily having big dinners like in many other countries, laughing together, but we have this innate sense of being small countries, having a joint welfare and everything that fundamentally that we might be a bit blind to, I think, is collectivistic. We are in that respect very collectivistic, and it's super important in our identity, welfare and well-being.
So our perception is maybe a bit false.
Yeah, it relates to what we heard Albert talk about with the whole notion of perceiving what others might do with what they actually do. Yeah.
Interesting.
Comes back in a...
Yeah, but and I think, you know, being a small country and quite egalitarian is important, but I think we should be mindful about that. And I think one of the reasons why Norway dropped slightly compared to Finland, at least, is there are some sense of increased inequality in society, at least, on the absolute level, on perceptual level as well. Not so much as in Finland is more equal. And I think that, and also if you look at the findings of some of the other nations and lower down on the rankings. So increasing inequality might lead to more variance in happiness and also a lower level of it. So I think at least for Norway, that's something we should be mindful about.
Yeah, definitely.
What about culture? I mean, how much does culture have a role in this? We have this high level of societal trust in the Nordic countries, but how much is shaped by cultural things and aspects, and how much of this happiness is shaped by policies, would you say?
I think we cannot, should not, must not really tease them apart. They are dependent on each other. They inform each other and are effects of each other. That's super important. What I'm thinking is that we need to be mindful also when it comes to rising inequalities. We've been talking for quite a while about rising and the dangers of economic inequality, and when we talk money, but what also shows in the World Happiness Report that we need to be mindful of is inequalities in happiness and well-being. To even though we might best case, be high up on the ranking, best case, stay there. There's also something we have not put enough focus on, and that's inequalities, not in the wallets and retrieving them, but in life, our outlook on life, the extent to which we feel hope, talked about agency, like Onni and Anton, and so forth. And there we see within our countries, and much like across the rankings, the danger of a rising inequality, which we need to be mindful of. And that's also part of our culture. We talked about that previously, words, I think most people are aware with the Swedish word lagom, which nowadays has come to mean just enough. Not too little, not too much, but the origin of the word is actual laget om, enough for the whole team. And I think that's the most beautiful original sense of the word, that it should be for everyone to be included, to go all the way around with equal parts. And that we need to be more mindful of and safeguard. Come back to that culturally.
And I think also if you look at culture versus happiness, if you look at some of the drivers of happiness and when they change, regardless of culture changing or not, then you will go down. So if you look at, for instance, the average score of the US the past years, you see perhaps not so much cultural change, but the drivers and all the factors that we know on a societal level is important for happiness is on the down slope. So I think that also speaks to whether, it's important or difficult to disentangle that from culture, but you can have a large decline in happiness just by institutions and kind of the macro environment.
Yeah. Where I think culture plays, I think it's very important to understand that culture is not set in stone. Look at, for instance, the change we have had in Finland with regards to entrepreneurship. Like during the decades, thanks to the event of Slush, that's really have transformed new generations, new ways of doing things. So actually, I believe culture, we can take that on and transform our cultures. And if you look at what is happening in terms of empowering education, like we learned from Anton and Onni, that really these kinds of taking on culture, changing a culture towards well-being and happiness, which we are witnessing right now. I would even claim that we are in the midst of a possibility of a happiness revolution, where we go from measuring GDP, only monetary wealth, we can create a new culture where you take the duty of well-being to your organizations going forward. There was actually recently a study from Hanken coming out, studying with Swedish data, close to 2,000 people, and looking at in which profession were people most happiest. And it was based on self-determination theory, and they actually concluded, despite the financial insecurity, a lot of doubt, actually entrepreneurs were the happiest. This is, of course, not everywhere, and you will have different kinds of data, but even stronger, entrepreneurial approaches to work. Rather than just doing what somebody else says, in whichever organization can give you more autonomy. You can build the competence that you want, like you guys, everybody can build now competence and are building competence around well-being and happiness. And you can build your relatedness, the people that you want to work with, and in this way, a really innate sense of freedom and taking charge of your life. And I think we are all on this journey to possibility to take ownership on this topic of well-being and happiness.
Speaking of young people and building competencies, I mean, we saw in the report also that young people and loneliness within young people is unfortunately on the rise in some places. What would you? I mean, this is a student-led event, and we have a lot of young people in the audience participating here also. What would be kind of your wise words for young people in this world there's a lot of uncertainty going on and so on, at how to build that resilience in terms of happiness, and what's the role of universities in this?
Well, like Onni and Anton talked about, like Marcus said, Universities bring a lot of people together in enabling them, training them together, educating for agency, for being able to make better for oneself and others. So that's super important, actually promoting agency, autonomy, competence, and everything, but also not to forget the togetherness, actually coming together. And this is something that's also on the rise when it comes to looking into world happiness, other conceptualizations, dimensions such as balance and harmony, and the understanding that we cannot only invest in the future, which is great, but if we don't have enough balance and harmony in the togetherness right now, we won't be able to really reap the rewards or even invest in the future. That's important. So in promoting balance right now for young people and for old people too, one recommendation is walk slowly, so that you get to actually meet each other, even see each other. Helge and I conducted studies very recently in the Nordic cities, where we found that on the main streets of our Nordic cities, compared to 20 years ago, pace has gone up. People walk faster and faster. They hardly even walk, they run to just get off the streets. Everything is just a blur. And paradoxically, the bigger the street, the bigger the city, the more people we're surrounded with, the faster the pace. And again, going back to origins of words, city has the same Latin root as the word for community. They're meant for community, for coming together. And instead they have become these economic machines that get us hurrying just to be productive, but in the end feeling worse. So I think slow down a bit, walk slowly, meet, there is time. Yeah, maybe even sit down like this and share a meal. That's a wonderful, super important, underestimated thing.
I also think that it's important that university and colleges, and we actually teach people, the students, what makes them happy. So the knowledge part of it, and just knowledge and doing. So even though this is the first Nordic Happiness Summit, you know, at least at the Norwegian School of Economics, we had a happiness course for 6 years for business students, which is kind of uncommon, and Stockholm has done the same. So just empirically showing students these things on average makes you happy. These are the strategies you can use. These things do not make you necessarily happy. Just, you know, instilling that knowledge is an important part of, you know, having people make good decisions for their life. So when we designed this course, it was basically, I designed the course that I wanted or should have had as a bachelor student some years ago. So we need to instill that knowledge quite early, I think.
That's great.
I love your answers. And Mika, when you told about this slow pace of walking and how we walk, I have to say that for me, the high point of the year is when I can take off my shoes and walk in the summer cottage on beach and really feel grounded. And this is a luxury I would invite as many people as possible. But to your question on what my recommendations for students would be, and I would go even deeper on identity level, that I think all of us have possibility to be happiness scientists. We don't need to publish in big papers and get the recognition, but our own lives can be that data. And to reflect in the evenings that what made me happy, or why was she so happy, or who is the happiest person that I know, and could I learn something from her or him, and inquire. So actually, I would invite on an identity shift level to all become happiness scientists. I would invite on an identity level all of us becoming more entrepreneurial, so really putting into practice this happiness. And final, sitting here with you, Jennifer, I would invite everybody to become the artists of their lives, so that the way you greet other people through art, the way you meet each other, I think doing these, not tips and tricks, but really going deep on the identity level, we can really shine out more happiness for each other.
That's great. That's some
Beautiful.
a round of applause for
And
that.
go
for
barefoot.
sure. We're closing towards the end of our panel, but I really need to ask you, Markus, you mentioned earlier in your intro speech, Helsinki, the capital of happiness. What would that entail? How does that look like?
I think, first of all, bringing all our Nordic friends together. Happiness is come when we are like this. This is, for me, a very beautiful moment to have you guys here from Norway and Sweden and Denmark and Italy and UK. Really, happiness is like the theme of this together and making a better world together. But not only Helsinki, but I think it's really important next year in Stockholm to really shine this city and cities with each other and learn from each other. That makes me very happy.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Mikael, Markus, and Helge, and to the audience.
Kiitos, tack.
Kiitos.
Thank you so much for your expertise. In my mind, the pace of this event is quite unique, actually, because every session is really brief. It's like 18 minutes or 17 minutes or 19 minutes, like TED Talks. And the quality and contents are quite good, I have to say. There is substance, but there is also emotions and humanity and empathy. So I'm enjoying myself. How many of you feel the pace is a bit hurried or lagom? Or how many feel that it's too slow? How many feel that it's like lagom? Okay, how many feel that it's a little bit hurried at this stage? A few hands. How many feel that it's too slow? Okay, too slow. There are some really quick ones here. Yes, you two should talk. You should talk. But I believe we all feel good. It's time to enjoy some more coffee, some fika, etc., and talk to each other. And there is an abundance of 20 minutes time. And then at 3 sharp, we'll convene here again and talk about organizational and workplace well-being. Welcome back. tervetuloa takaisin. Warmly welcome back. We've been discussing a lot of facts, statistics, correlations, and also, of course, fuzzy warm emotions and feelings. And one of the interesting things, of course, that research many times over demonstrates about our region is that, for example, when you have a Likert scale, for example, of 1 to 5, especially in Finland and other countries, it's very easy for people to do a 3. Whereas in some other cultures, it's not that obvious. It's much more often like strongly opinionated, giving a 1 or a 5 more easily, or a 2 or a 4. And this lagom thinking, of course, in this sense is something which sometimes, of course, can contribute to feeling of contentment. Now, as the last ones of you are sitting down, I'm happy to note that we have now in this discussion the time to talk about what we spend, many of us, most of our time on, our waking time on. In other words, work. We work together, we work alone. And I want to ask the audience now, how many of you are actually entrepreneurs or /freelancers? Wow, yes, an overwhelming majority. 4/5 of you, approximately 80% of the hands immediately went up. So very happy people, apparently, of course. And this autonomy, definitely, of course, I recognize that myself as an entrepreneur. Very good. You have settled, so let's dive into the program back again. And at this stage, we will have here on stage a researcher and teacher at the Stockholm School of Economics since 1998. Her main research interests are communication, rhetoric, and leadership. Her dissertation has been awarded 2 international prizes. The top 5 in the American Jablin Dissertation Award in Leadership Studies, and the Best European Thesis of the Year in Business Administration by Edamba in Europe. She will discuss the importance and challenges of well-being at work and organizations at large. Give a huge warm welcoming hand to Dr. Lena Lid-Falkman.
Thank you. I wish I was Micke Dahlén, but I'm not. So workplace well-being. How stressed are you up there? Quite, I think. Yay! Thank you so much. All right, thank you so much. 2 things makes me really happy. Kai. Last year we sent 2 Norwegians. This year Sweden is sending 3 Swedish-speaking Finns with ugly suits to Eurovision. And they won over all the super hype-produced, expensive stage scenes. Next year we're sending 4 Danes, I think. But Kai, the phenomena, the viral phenomena, which the Norwegians had missed. I cannot believe this, Helge. It's so cool, I think. That makes me happy. The other thing that really makes me happy is, this is Kai and it's Olle. And Olle is my dad. He has survived a brain tumor, never stopped working. He will be 80 in 2 months and 3 days. He still works. He's a farmer, an entrepreneur. He still takes job at the municipality where he plows snow at the elderly care facilities in town, which I think is so ironic. He's 79, waving to his friends that are younger, that lives there, and also at my kids' school. So that's, of course, super efficient. He has not one academic point in his life, but he has worked and created a bunch of companies together with other farmers, So a true entrepreneur, he cannot move his legs hardly because he has stiff knees. But he comes up into the tractor and he still works at 79. I think that is pretty cool, actually. Yeah. He would be so embarrassed if he knew about this. So I was like the black sheep because I wanted to study. But I'm into leadership, and I've been into like how to work with the help of technology. So I wrote the book Virtuella möten, which was the first in Swedish in 2014, but no one wanted to read it. So 2019, the Liber, the publishing company, called up and said, well, it's so out of fashion with digital meetings, so we're not selling the book anymore. And then in March 2020, something else happened. I've done a lot of work on like hybrid workplaces and now also on work time, and that's what I want to talk about. But first, as leading us into workplace well-being, it is important how people in the organizations feel, how they do, because it's hugely connected to how the organization actually performs. And this graph I took from Oxford, so I think you recognize it, together with Indeed. This is American companies, and where you can see how the stock market is connected to the well-being of the people working in the company. So there is definitely many arguments for actually looking at well-being. And what makes us really unwell is if we don't have a work, if we're unemployed, or if there is no meaning in our work. There is a movie, a documentary that I really want to recommend. It's done by an Italian-Swedish guy called Eric Gandini. It's called After Work. And it deals with the questions of when you don't have a work, or actually the unhappiest people in this documentary is people that has like a fake job. They go to an office to just send a couple of emails every day and to sit off a couple of hours. And it's the unhappiest people I've ever seen. But time and place for work and its impact on well-being is what my research has been focused on and what I want to talk about. Does it work to work hybrid? Work from home. Managers are more keen on getting people back to the office than what the co-workers is. This is true for all the Nordic countries, and in fact, all the countries that the Stanford researchers have looked on. If you're interested in this, there's loads of data on the workfromhomeresearch.com, Nicholas Bloom and his colleagues in Stanford. Women are keener than men on working more from home, which makes me a little concerned, because that makes us perhaps even more of the project leaders at home, and we're also perhaps becoming more invincible at work. But Nicholas Bloom and more says that it is a permanent change. We will work more from home. And what happens is that improved job satisfaction, lower retention, and it looks like we actually perform. And I did a study in April 2020. I booked 17 interviews. I'm a qualitative researcher. And what struck me after I read this, that's 5 years ago now, is that people were so convinced already after a couple of months working from home, I'm not coming back. I'm not coming back 5 days a week, 40 hours a week, because this works. But some companies does not believe this. So there is an RTO, return to office trend. Ericsson is one of them, having people coming back. In the US, there are a bunch of examples of high-tech companies forcing people to come back, and of course, Trump, that have ordered everyone that works for the government to come back to the office full-time, or, unless they're fired. So, hybrid work in 2 public organizations. I did 14 focus groups where they had like 50% presence policy. What do they gain by working from home? The flexibility, the life puzzle, the variation, sometimes home, sometimes at the office, the autonomy, the feeling of empowerment, and improving work-life balance. Work time then. I would also, it looks like some text have disappeared from my slides, but who cares? Yeah. What I wanted to say on the other slide was that there is also some bad things with working hybrid. It's the loneliness. And it's actually not the loneliness when people work from home. In these 14 focus groups, it was actually more about the loneliness when I go to the office and no one is there. I'm ready to have a fika, and there is no one there to fika with me because they're working from home. So how do I navigate that? I have 2 quotes. One of them is like, it feels like going to the moon coming to the office. I go in, sit in a crater, and then I go home. That's so tragic. So how can we deal with that? And another one said, I want everybody to be there when I want to be there. Yeah, but you got to be there when the other ones are there. So we need to coordinate a lot more. Work time then, if we talked about place, but how about work time? There is quite a bit of research done on reduced work time or condensed work time. There is quite a bit from the 70s. There is also quite a bit done on, like if you work 10-hour days, but for 4 days and then 3 days off, does that improve health? It actually looks like it did. In Sweden, we've had a 40-hour work week since 1973, and a meta-study of a reduced work time shows that it actually enhances higher work morale and job satisfaction, though very unclear effect on consumption and productivity and scheduling issues. There are 2 larger Swedish studies that have shown that improves cognitive functions to reduce work. Better sleep, positive feelings, and improved relations, both to colleagues and clients, but also to family. And we shouldn't all agree, right? So the employer agencies, Svenskt Näringsliv, have been really angry about this debate in Sweden about reduction of work. They think it would be devastating for Swedish economy. But on the other hand, it looks like the Swedes are working more than you other guys. We have the highest number of work hours per week. So I am part of an initiative called 4-Day Work Week. It's a global, non-political initiative, started in New Zealand, and it's been like 14 or 15 countries that have participated in this. And the thinking is 100-80-100. So you get 100% salary, you're supposed to deliver 100%, but only work 80% of your time. The metadata, the longitudinal data, collected and analyzed by Boston College and Professor Juliet Shore, shows that it is higher life satisfaction, also after the 6 months pilot period. Physical and mental health improves. Increased work-life balance, less retention, easier to attract staff, and their figures, which is not published in a peer review articles, but in their report, shows that it's actually higher rather than lower productivity and organizational outcome when you look at how the companies actually have functioned during this time. There should be, no? Can I go back in this? Yes. There is also new figures from the 4-day week in Germany. And in Germany, they had 45 companies. 43 decided to continue with 80% work time after this period. They did the surveys, the baseline, and the 2 studies after. They also used smartwatches to see how people actually increased health. 38 minutes more sleep, 18,000 more steps per week, and 89 minutes less stress per week in their bodies. So very interesting data. And what they have looked at, they cannot see that the companies actually have produced less or been less profitable. So what we're doing now, started in November. We have 9 organizations plus 2 organizations in Norway that have gone down to 80% work time, 258 answers so far in baseline. And when I look at the baseline, what really stood out and what disturbs me is our question on how much you have discovered or experienced work stress in the last 4 weeks. And 53% says sometimes, 15% says not often, but as much as 28% says most of the time. We're so stressed. So we need to do something about that. So I'm really eager to see our follow-up study in May now. When I look at the answers, we're doing diaries and we're doing interviews now, is their focus on how they can improve work. Like, what do they do that really has an effect? What do they do that, a meeting that doesn't lead anywhere, or you put things into a system that doesn't lead anywhere? If you teach at a university, that's what you spend a lot of time doing, putting things into a system that doesn't lead anywhere. What they experience is the autonomy and empowerment, but what you also can see is the comments. What if we can deliver this much in 80% of time? Do we go back and they can reduce staff? Or do we go back and we get more work? Because apparently we could deliver this much. So there is a complexity in time and place for work and well-being. So join me in doing more research. We could use some more Norwegian companies. Denmark has some examples, but are not part of the 4-day work week, and Finland is not either. So contact me and we'll see how we can improve people's well-being, perhaps through work time. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we've received a good basis for our next panel discussion. When we look at that, all the time we actually spend at work, it's quite clear that we really need to be mindful of how we spend that time and how much we spend it. What's realism? Personally, I wish a lot of luck for this 4-day work week movement. Now, we will now have a panel discussion where we will have Lena again here on stage, plus we will also have Annika Steen Persson as a social entrepreneur, board member and investor. She has a broad portfolio of activities within social impact and commercial enterprises. In 2021, she and Per-Jörgen Persson established the Inner Foundation, which focuses on addressing the accelerating global mental health crisis and mounting challenges in diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. This cluster is something, of course, that needs to be addressed and is directly related to happiness. We also have here on stage Christian Kinch. He's a healthcare entrepreneur with a background in finance and a lifelong passion for medicine. Actually, after serving as a medic during his military service, he pursued finance at the Stockholm School of Economics, but later joined Roche for a one-of-a-kind medical training program tailored for finance professionals. Since then, he has founded and sold multiple successful healthcare ventures, including a pharmaceutical arbitrage company. And we will then have, as a moderator here on stage, Emma Nordbeck. She is an assistant professor at Hanken in the Department of Management and Organization. The core of her research focuses on how to lead and design thriving collaborations for an empowered workforce, particularly in the context of virtual and hybrid teams, topical during the past few years. And she's interested in the collaboration across technology, spatial and cultural boundaries, as well as in self-managed organizations. organizations. So please give a warm welcoming hand to Emma Nordbeck, Christian Kinch, Annika Sten Persson, and Lena Lid Falkman.
Thank you so much, Reidar, for the elaborate introduction so that we can go straight to business. That makes a Finnish heart very happy, to be honest. Okay, so we're here to talk about organizational, let's see, we are in this together. Let's talk about organizational happiness and what do we mean by that? I think we need to spend a little bit of time first defining what is that? What is organizational well-being? Do you want to start, Christian? You have a long background in leading organizations. What is it?
Yes, I have a small book with me here from Bhutan. They measure, as we all know, GNH, Gross National Happiness Index, and as you see on my note, it's very clear. It's crystal clear. Organizational happiness. I think I would start by saying actually purpose. You said, Lena, very brilliantly about your father. I will say the opposite about my mother. She stopped working being 50. And I think she lost really her path from there on. I think she really lost the purpose that you described very well. I could have said also, of course, that yes, we do yearly surveys measuring how the employees are doing, checking on sick leave, and most importantly, of course, employee retention or employee turnover. But I think I will stick with purpose. I think
That's
that really
nice
gives you a measurement.
And that's something that exists beyond the individual. So it is really organizational level. Lena, do you want to continue? You talked about individual well-being, and what's beyond that?
I also want to connect to purpose. Like if the purpose of the company can enhance my purpose as well. And then you can think of how about a company that produces bombs? Is that a happy company? It could be a profitable company, it probably is. But is it happy? Or can you be happy working there? So it can have a part of an ethical perspective as well, I think. Besides, being able to connect to the purpose. I love Nokia's old slogan, connecting people. I think it's brilliant. Even though you're just, putting something into a cell phone, you're aiming for connecting people. But the ethical perspective, the purpose perspective, and then being able to fulfill, to grow, for it to be just, to not be bullied, a decent, a fair company. There are so many perspectives on a well-being company.
Absolutely. It's in the culture of the company as well. Annika, do you want to add?
I don't really know what to add, actually, because I clearly agree with you. And I think it is purpose and meaning, and how that could actually be sort of an antidote for burnout, clearly. And I think you mentioned that, and I know you and I talked about it sort of in preparation for this panel, culture. For me, it's really about culture, and that, I think we're going to come back to that, but the whole sort of how well-being is, you can't order well-being. It's sort of in the culture of the company. And you could obviously put in a lot of different types of measurements and structure, and that should be done. But it has to start from the top. It has to be something that you incorporate in the way the organization function. And there's quite a few studies showing that it actually also are related to positive income in terms of the purpose of the company. So yes.
And Annika, I know that you're doing important work around also ill-being. So you see a lot of ill-being, issues with mental health among young professionals in particular. What would you say, are organizations paying enough attention to well-being today?
I think it's clearly that they don't. I know we've been starting this amazing conference in a positive note in terms of the well-being of the Nordics and how great we're doing. But I think I want to sort of put some little bit sort of balanced conversation around that, because there's also a lot of suffering actually. And if you look at it from an aggregated level, it looks great, but if you start to cut it in the slices, you can also see that we have quite a lot of things to do. And when it comes to young people, and we are specifically investing in organizations that are addressing emerging adults between 18 and 30-ish, and the number of life events that happens during that period of time. And it's clearly that the transition from high school to higher education and the transition from higher education into the workforce are really trigger points for struggling and challenging times for your inner well-being. And so I think it's interesting. I think we know how important well-being is. And we can see studies, and we have this sort of with our brain in terms of, but the actual work that has been done in terms of how to support the well-being in an organization has still a lot to be, figuring out. And I think it's interesting to discuss the whys. Why is that? What are the barriers for that? It's not. A lot of things is happening. So I don't want to be sort of that kind of type, but it's still quite a lot that needs to be done in order to really, really drive it, because the deficit of investing in our well-being directly focusing on the success of the business.
Yeah. No, I agree. And there's quite a bit of maybe also short-term productivity thinking in organizations, and for well-being to try, we need to think longer. Or what do you think, Christian?
Definitely. I think it's also important that we connect happiness together with well-being and welfare. I don't really like just only the term happiness. I talk with you a lot about that, and you're actually quite good now with that. That's Michael. But no, I definitely think it's important for the longer term. And looking back just on my own short path, 31 years as an entrepreneur, some 10 companies, trying to connect the dots. I mean, I've done so many mistakes. There is a whole book of all the mistakes, but a few things have been actually good. And that is really connecting people, not stealing from Nokia. But we did something in quite a few of my companies, chasing the 3 X's. And what on earth was that? You're supposed to do 3 physical activities with a colleague of yours per week. And then every Friday, we gathered, of course, around beer, because we are in Sweden, which is not that healthy, where you were supposed to present your X's. It had nothing to do with the X's nor the competition, but really how the company grew together by doing such a simple thing. And I could see productivity, profitability, growth, etc., coming from something as small, and then with a good purpose, of course, like saving 10 lives before you go home every day is quite nice.
Yeah.
On top of that.
No, that makes a lot of sense. Lena, you want to continue?
Yeah, because I teach business students, but I also teach people that study HR, human relations, and when they talk about work environment and it's so little about well-being. It's so much about rehabilitation of ill-being and how to reduce numbers or count in another way to have not so many that are ill-being. It's so little about working ahead of time or working on, if we agree that purpose is important, there is nothing about purpose there. It's only about rehabilitation and taking care of the ones that are ill, rather than preventing and talking about purpose or creating things that are together or creating togetherness that works for everyone, that is not excluding people. So there, I think we need to do so much.
Absolutely, I totally agree, and I know you have some insights into this as well, because you see the both ends when it gets to the point that something has to be treated. But then, can you perhaps talk about the aspects that you can do before that, and perhaps connect
before the fans?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and I think that's, we have invested in, and we call everything investing, even if it's a non-profit or a for-profit company in mental health in 3 parts of the world. And I think it's, when it comes to the workforce and the workplace, to sort of, we talked about that earlier, like the literacy and the wording, and really understand, have the courage to ask, and actually knowing what to do with the answers. And I think managers need support in that. I mean, there are like 3 easy things. One is to take care of your own well-being. The other one is to be able to have the courage to ask, how are you doing, Lena? And the third is to actually know, and it's, the difference between I will refer you to somebody that can support you, or I can do that as your manager. So sort of, this is very basic stuff, actually, about, and the literacy. I think it's so interesting in the investment space. I just have to say this, because I'm coming across it very often, that it's like the lack of courage, because what should I do with the answer if they actually say that they're not doing well? So learning the language, learning how to keep that back to your weekly conversation. We have, and I think many of you probably have, we ask in our weekly meeting, we talk about what's on your mind and what's on your heart. And we do that every week. And it's not like a 20 minutes per team member. But it's just a shorty. What do you have in your heart and what do you have in your head, sort of? And that gets that out. And and I'm now also doing that in a number of boards that I'm in. So sort of small things, not those dramatic big things, small things, and you keep on doing them, because you know it will take time, but you need patience, but there is no choice, to be honest, right?
No, if I can just comment on that, I think, and that connects to the previous panel too, about like stopping and reflect and think about these things, because also in research that I've done, I've noticed that individuals are not making conscious decisions all the time. We do a lot of weird things that doesn't even support our well-being, So we are not conscious enough about it. And I think that stop and reflect is super important.
No, I love it as well. I just want to dock into really what you're saying also, Annika. Sometimes from management, you want to make this, I'm not going to say like today, a huge conference, renting a gigantic facility, and think big ideas. Sometimes the devil is in the detail, or the solution is actually in the small things. Just kind of trying to summarize what I already said, but if I were to say that alla goda ting är 3, all good things are 3. So let's say from a company perspective, purpose, purpose, purpose. We talked about that, really uniting around the purpose. It makes a huge difference. Then I already explored the 3 X's. I'm still amazed with the cost benefit of this. If you really break it down, Michael, if we really do the statistical proof here, it's a huge return on investment. It costs nothing. And then, of course, coming back to what you said, the 360s as well. You need to sit down and not talk, listen. Listen to your employees. Do it if it's on a yearly, if it's every 6 months, whatever it is, weekly basis. I love it as well. But dare to listen and really pay attention to the answers. I might have the 10 commandments as a leader in 31 years. I'm not going to take them just yet. It's a cliffhanger.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about acknowledging ill-being as well as well-being, and I think Spotify has been a role model here, where they have mental health ambassadors, people that are willing to talk about their journeys of not doing well or having depressions, or and talking about that openly and being people that you can go to if you want to talk. I think that is super interesting as an initiative. Doesn't have to be, the expert psychologist, just a fellow colleague who are open with their own journeys, and therefore you can open up to them.
And if you're adding on that, if you can even have a leader.
Yes.
It's not for like a showcase, it's for real.
Yeah.
I just recently went to a big conference, actually also in Miami. The weather was kind of lousy, but which is Spring Health, which is a big company, it's a 3.2 billion in valuation. Started just a few years ago, and I'm a tiny investor there. But they were like the big companies like Target, 420,000 employees, right? Really systematically working on their well-being of the staff. And they were doing calculations like the cost benefit of giving therapy hours, which was so positive. And they did exactly that. They were like the leaders were talking, and they had like an openness of conversation about, because we all know normalization of not feeling well is a really important, it's not only me, it's also you as well, and how did you do? And kind of, again, coming back to language and literacy around it, and culture.
Openness and leaders showing that they are vulnerable and just people. It's super important. Yeah. And you talked about also that it's like one size doesn't fit all, because if we want to really have an inclusive workplace, we need to recognize that people have different needs.
I use the word life traveled. What are people in your office or in your organization? What do they come in with? And that means that also sometimes they, what they do as relaxing could be you and I can have a totally different definition of what when we need you need a day off or an hour off or my walk, and you may do something totally different. So recognize that people have different distance travel to be where they are, and therefore also listen carefully, as you were saying, and be open for that. And sometimes somebody wants to do it at night, somebody wants to do it in the morning, trying to be as flexible as possible, I think.
Yeah, and then maybe also keeping in mind that there's in organizations we have individuals, but also teams. So teams need to have good well-being as well in terms of like positive relationships and a good kind of team spirit. And I really like the 3 X's for that. It can be really small things, right, that you do.
May I just dock into that as for let's say the 10 commandments. I'm not going to take all of them, but let's say taking 5. Admit your own, as a leader, admit your own mistakes. You will be surprised of the receipt you get from that. And also, let's say, if you take the car to the service garage, why don't you take yourself from time to time to a therapist to sit down and think? Another one is praise the person who deserves to be praised. That's not an envelope with money. That's a clap on your shoulder. You're good. You're really doing well. Walk the talk is a worn-out cliche, but let's say if you live your own values, lead by example, it really makes a difference as well. Just for being in Finland, I think it's kind of hilarious. Like in meetings, you start the meeting, open up for discussion, listen to everyone, then we conclude and we move on. That's the Swedish way of making decisions. Another one is, as a leader, use the word we, not I, and live it just by delegating. I'm so much more happy to be rather 90% correct than 100% wrong. And then the last one is, don't put up until tomorrow what you can do today. Start working in becoming a happier organization today.
Absolutely. Do anyone have any final things to add to maybe encourage organizations to take a step towards a more happier workplace?
I have a little thing, I think. Olena, you go before me.
No, I just think that to remember that that's also a cliche, but we're each other's work environment. So it's not, does it work for me to work from home today? But it's also a matter of how does it work for my colleagues? How can I be there for them?
Yeah.
And I think we all feel better when we sort of loosen our focus on ourselves and focus on us as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I want to add that I saw some study recently that 1/3 of the employees doesn't know that there is a benefit program or that there is a support program for my well-being. It's almost like, you buy yourself a year membership at the gym, and the gym kind of doesn't want you to go there. Like if you as investing in and really think this is important, please also make sure that they're being used. And I think that goes for student health as well, because there's a lot of students here. It's not just to have a student health thing and then you kind of let them know that the first day of the semester and then you don't talk about it. Because we need to be reminded that it's actually okay to reach out for support. And that can look different. It doesn't need to be therapy, it can be coaching, it can be, there are different ways, or it could be another kind of well-being exercise. But talk about it, that there are support to be, that you can access that if you need.
Yeah.
I think that would be
Absolutely.
addition.
Thank you, Annika, Lena, and Christian so much for.
Thank you so much. We will now have a break which is slightly over 10 minutes long. We'll continue at 5:02. There will be participatory interactive singing and musical performance session here, which begins at 5 minutes to. Our next performer, Sanna Vuolteno, was given 5 minutes, but she will get 10 minutes. So we will give her 5 minutes more to actually make it feasible and realistic. Please go outside. Exactly 2/3, 67% of the surface area of Helsinki is water. This is an island. You have time to walk around the island and come back at 3:55. See you at 5 minutes to 4. Let's see how we might be able to sound together. How many of you managed to go outside during this break? Quite a few of you. Very good. Very good. has been used as an expert all over the world in media, and especially now when Finland has become known for its happiness, he's been consulted and also a media favorite all over the world. He's a philosopher and psychology researcher. He explores what it means to be human and how we can create better lives together. He's an assistant professor at Aalto University. He dedicates most of his time to research while also teaching and giving keynotes to organizations across Finland. He will now break down the key sources of happiness. What really matters when it comes to living a fulfilling life? And we want to give a warm welcoming hand to Frank Marpela.
I was given like 15 minutes, so it's quite a short time to go through all the key points about happiness. But let's try to go through at least a couple of interesting, or like a couple of like relevant points about that. But so just like wanted to start like with, I have like written like, in addition to research, I've done like a couple of books on the topic. One of them was about insights for finding a meaningful existence, which was first published in English and Finnish, but then has been translated to 29 different languages. I don't know why. 29 different languages, so it's available also in Norwegian, in French, Spanish, Korean, Russian, and so forth. And my latest book actually came out just last week, and it's called Stop Chasing Happiness, A Pessimist's Guide to a Good Life. So given that we're in a happiness summit, my message in that book is that stop chasing that. And as already mentioned, I also, given that Finland has now been the happiest country according to this World Happiness Report, and I'm a researcher about well-being from Finland, I've been also giving like quite many interviews about the topics, and just want to mention one of them was with Fox News, and that was a bit interesting experience, because I guess like in Fox News you don't talk too often about the importance of like welfare benefits and the high-quality democratic institutions, which are usually the factors contributing to human happiness. And even though I will now focus on more the individual level, what you should do on an individual level to find happiness, just want to like go very briefly through like what I think are kind of like the key factors that explain why the Nordic countries are so happy. So we wrote this one chapter for World Happiness Report a couple of years ago, and there we went through like the research about like what explains higher levels of national well-being, and found out that kind of the key explanations for why the Nordics are performing so well is like welfare state generosity, democratic and well-functioning institutions, the high level of trust in other people, a high level of trust in institutions, and finally the freedom to make life choices. And there's like research backing all of those 4 points, and we will not have time to go through them now, but like, just to keep in mind, and I think when I'm asked about the happiness, and the reporters usually want to have like some nice cultural explanation. Is it about the hygge, or is it about the sisu, or so forth? I usually say that no, it's more boring. It's about the institutions. And I'm kind of like saying that the governments can't make citizens happy, but governments can actually remove quite many sources of unhappiness. So the Nordic countries are not like the ones which have like most extremely happy people, but the high average is like actually because there's like much less extremely unhappy people in the Nordic countries. That is driving up the average. So, and I think that governments have like a big role in that, and well-functioning governments can do quite much on that front. But then going to the individual level, so where does the individual happiness come from? And kind of like the model that I've been using for a long time is based on the idea that when we think about like what kind of like basic needs humans have, what are the things that we need from life in order to feel well, there's basically these two existential questions that human motivation and activities is an answer to. And first of these questions is about how to stay alive. So survival is something that we humans, along with any other animal, are quite interested about. And when there's some like threats to that, we usually are quite motivated to do something about that. And because of that, one of kind of like these basic needs we humans have is about like this sense of safety and security. We want to make sure there's food on the table, that we have like some safe space to sleep during the night, and so forth. And if there's some threats to this situation, yes, then we are quite motivated to do something about it. So hunger is a quite good motivator for us humans. At the same time, human survival has been always about other people. We are like social animals, and because of that, we have been surviving because we are part of the tribe, part of the group, rather than being alone. So if the tribe abandoned you in the savannah a couple of million years ago, you wouldn't have like much chances to survive for a long time. And because of that, also this like seeking social acceptance from the people around you is also quite important for our well-being. So one of the kind of like key sources of ill-being in human life is, of course, like when the survival is at the stage, when we are hungry, that makes us like unhappy and stressed and feeling more anxious, but also like if you are like isolated from other people, if you feel that we are rejected by other people, that also tends to be quite a key source of ill-being for us humans. But at the same time, both of these are more like, so-called deficit needs, in the sense that, the lack of these things or threats to these things tend to cause ill-being, but having these things somehow satisfied might get you from this active ill-being to a more neutral level, but it doesn't like still explain where the active well-being comes from. So if you were going to a job interview and you asked like, why do you want this job? And you answer, I've always been passionate about being able to afford food. That would sound like as quite a weird answer to the question. So of course, like one reason we go to a job is usually that we want to be able to afford our own food, but that's not something that makes us passionate about the job or like, excited about the job. And for that, we have to go to this second kind of like existential question, which is about what makes life worth living. So now that we are surviving, now that we are alive, what are the factors that actually like make this life worth living? And here I'm kind of like arguing that there's 4 factors that seem to be quite important for this. And first of these is the sense of autonomy, which means that we are able to live a life somehow able to follow our own interests, follow our own values, instead of being like too much pushed along or too much constrained by the environment. So we have room to make our own choices. We have room to somehow like do things that align with who we are. And that's like something that research has shown time and time again. It's quite important for our well-being. And also there was like talk about this entrepreneurship as like a particularly happy bunch of people. And I think it has quite much to do with this sense of autonomy that entrepreneurship can provide for people. But then besides this autonomy, there's like another need which is related to this sense of self-expression, which is about the sense of competence. So in addition to being like free and having like enough room to make choices, we also want to make sure that when we are doing something, we have this sense of like accomplishment. We feel that we are able to do something and get something done while doing it. We feel the sense of mastery. But then it's also about this like sense of learning and growth, because that means that your sense of competence is increasing over time. So again, this is something that research shows is quite important for our well-being and also like our job well-being. So we want to do activities where we are good at rather than activities where we feel that I'm not able to get anything done, because that's usually quite a frustrating feeling. And when both of these things are like satisfied in certain activity, in our job, in our hobby or whatever, then we usually have like this sense of self-expression, that this is something where I'm able to like somehow express myself. I enjoy doing this thing, I want to do this thing, and I'm also able to get something done. But also on this level, people are social animals, so there's also like 2 needs which are more related to other people. And the first of these is about this sense of relatedness, which is more than just being like accepted by the people around you. It's more about like feeling that there's actually this sense of connection between yourself and somebody else, that there's a person who cares about you and whom you care about. And whatever research on happiness or well-being you look at, you'll find out that other people are one of the key sources of human well-being and also one of the key sources of human sense of meaningfulness in life. But here it's important to remember that it's not about the quantity, it's more about the quality. So it's not about like, whether there's like 10 people following your social media or 100 people or 10,000 people following you there. That doesn't contribute to the sense of relatedness. It's more about like having this like few people. It can be just like, like people who can count with your one hand, that you feel that, hey, actually these people actually care about me. I could call them in the middle of the night and they will answer the phone. So these are the kind of relationships where we can get quite much of this sense of well-being in life as human beings. And finally, the 4th factor that I want to mention is something I actually like of these 4, I've been like myself researching the most. And one of my own studies was done in University of Rochester, where I was some time ago, actually more than 10 years ago already. And there I took the local students to a computer class and asked them to play this very simple synonym game. So there's one word on the top, and then there's 4 alternatives, and they have to click on the synonym. And so in this case, peek, the synonym will be quick look. Okay, the people or the students played this game for 20 minutes and then answered this very brief survey about how they feel right now. And half of them played it like this, and then the other half was told that for every correct answer, there's going to be some donation to this United Nations World Food Program that helps end hunger around the world. So the same activity, same game, but this like small pro-social impact, something you do towards other people. And afterwards, it turned out that these people experienced the gameplay as much more meaningful, but they also were happier afterwards, having played this kind of game. So the fourth factor that I want to highlight here is then the sense of contribution and pro-social impact. So feeling that you're able to do something good towards the other people, that your activities somehow matter to others in a positive way. So when we think about like, individual well-being, what I could do as an individual to increase my well-being, I usually that, okay, of course you have to make sure that the safety and social acceptance, those are in somehow like in stable position. But after that, it's quite much about like focusing on these four factors: autonomy, competence, relatedness, and contribution. And the kind of like the background theory here is this self-determination theory, which I guess like some of you probably are familiar with, which is this probably one of the most researched theories of human motivation and well-being right now within the psychology. So in the last self-determination theory conference, I think we were some 700 people from 49 different countries all gathering together to discuss this theory that all of us work with. So it has been applied not only to life in general, but it has been applied to workplaces, it has been applied to parenting, athletic coaching, and different areas of life. And in all areas of life, the typically thinking is that if you focus on these factors, then you're going to be getting more inner motivation. So people have like more this like, people are more drawn towards whatever activity they're engaging in, and through that they are performing better and also having higher levels of well-being. And I might mention that in the self-determination theory, there's three needs that we recognize there: autonomy, competence, and relatedness. And my own research has been quite much about focusing on this contribution, and whether it's like the same kind of need as these three recognized needs. And at least as regards sense of well-being, sense of meaningfulness, it seems to be functioning in the same way. It seems to have like similar positive effects on people's well-being and sense of meaningfulness. So when we think about the Nordic context, if we go back to that, I would think that that the kind of like the Nordic welfare model that is based on this like having like quite high trust in institutions, having like well-functioning institutions, high quality of democratic systems, and also having like these relatively extensive welfare benefits in terms of like healthcare, unemployment benefits, maternity and paternity leave, and so forth. They're quite much like helping, at least on this the bottom side of the model. So like, the safety and security is easier to maintain in the Nordic country than in any other places where losing your job might be a much more existential concern than in the Nordic countries, where you can still know that, okay, I might lose my job, I might lose my income, but still my children will be able to get to the same schools that they would get otherwise. My wife will be able to get the same healthcare she would get otherwise, and so forth. So this is probably something that contributes to the Nordic happiness. Also, Nordic countries are known to be, like on a value level, relatively tolerant countries, so people have like more room to be themselves in these countries compared to more collectivistic countries where you have to more conform to a certain norm. And also, I guess like the Nordic model also increases people's sense of autonomy. So people have like more room to make their life choices more freely in these kind of societies. And also given like, the free education system gives people more opportunities to pursue their own path rather than being constrained by whatever their parents can afford them to study. And at the same time, if I think about like the challenges, I guess like this relatedness is something that might be like, in individualistic countries, it's not always so easy to build this relatedness. And also, I guess like right now, among the young people, there seems to be in all the Western countries this increased sense of loneliness, and through that, all this increased sense of ill-being. So that's one of the kind of like threats that we have right now to the model. But so I guess like overall, I would say that so the name of my book was like Stop Chasing Happiness. And the message is not that, that you should not care about happiness at all. And actually, on a governmental level, I think we should care more about happiness than we have been caring before. So we would, instead of economic indicators, we should take these World Happiness Report and these kind of indicators much more seriously. But on an individual level, sometimes if you too much try to maximize your own happiness, that might be not so good idea, because according to research, those people who are most trying to most most willing to like maximize their happiness, they actually tend to be like less happy, and the reason is that like, they tend to be like less able to be satisfied with whatever they have in life because they're always thinking, why didn't this make me even happier? What would make me even happier? And because of that, they're not able to enjoy the life that they already have. So because of that, I say that you shouldn't pursue happiness directly, but more indirectly. And I kind of like my argument is that if you focus on like connecting with yourself through this autonomy and competence, and focus on connecting with others through this sense of relatedness and contribution, then the happiness comes as a side product without you having to pay attention to the happiness as such. That's all I could like fit into 15 minutes. Thank you.
After every presentation, there are so many questions. How many have questions for Frank? Yes, they have questions. Will you be staying here? He will be staying. I mean, after a while. I mean, this ordeal, excellent. Yeah. So there is a lot to be discussed still this evening and later in the night. Now, moving onwards from Nordic tools for happiness, we'll talk about pathways to personal happiness and growth in our panel. We will have here on the panel Helge Torbjørnsen, whom we had up here already before, as well as Frank. And then we will also have Nora Roosendaal. As COO of Hintsa Performance, she leads their global brand, marketing, content, and new products. Hintsa Performance, as many of you know, is a world leader in human high performance. Nora's key interests include what does stress and burnout look like in high achievers versus others? When AI advances, how will human work change? She's been featured in the Financial Times, McKinsey Quarterly, and Harvard Business Review. And to moderate this panel, we have one of the forces also behind this event. As the moderator, we'll have PhD student Ronny Eriksson. He's an entrepreneur, development manager at Hanken Business Lab, and a full-time creative dreamer. Ronny turns ideas into actions, whether it's at Hanken, on stage here at Nordic Happiness Summit, or building Finland's most creative new festival, Odd Fest. Keep your eyes open for that. What is his happiness secret? The triple S formula. Sauna for Zen, Sisu for grit, and Sibelius for creative flow. So please warmly welcome Ronny Eriksson, as well as the panelists Nora Roosendaal, Frank Martela, and Helge Torbjørnsen.
What a beautiful intro, I guess, who wrote that. Hi, everyone. So I'm Ronny, super excited to be here. And my feeling is like awe when I look at the feeling, the people, everything happening here. And to give a bit of basis to this panel session, so it's the last one of the day. And today we've gone through a lot of bit more heavy stuff. So everything from the societal level, the company level, a lot of tools, a lot of practices, a lot of models that we can probably learn from. But as actually I'm last year a young person officially in Finland, so I need to use that still to my benefit. So still a young person, I've had a lot of problems with the thing that even though I've done everything as the system has told, gone to school, gone to work, follow the pathways, still for some reason that happiness never like reached out to me, even though I did everything as the book tells me to do it. And at some point I started to realize that maybe happiness is not something that you as an individual can just like get. You can't outsource it at many things in companies. But it's actually something we need to work for. And I think this session is a lot about how can we move from theory to practice with all of these different things. And we'll be exploring 3 pretty interesting themes. So firstly, we'll be reflecting a bit what Frank said and taking a bit of different kind of points of views and questions and challenging and seeing if Frank actually knows what he was talking about. Then after that, we will be continuing with a super interesting theme about miswanting, which is something that I've been also struggling a lot in life.
And then after that, we look a bit of like high performance pressure and contentment and how those three things go together. And together, I think this ties really well into a model how we personally can take things onward. But to kick off the things, we heard a really interesting panel here, learned a lot of the things, and I think the bottom part here in the Nordics is pretty on well side, but the upper part is something we're struggling with. Even though we have a lot of this autonomy, we have a lot of time, peace, quiet to work with ourselves, many of us don't. And I thought that we could start here with Helge and reflect a bit. What do you think about Frank's points, and would you have any questions for him?
Yeah, sure. Is this working? Yeah. I think it was, of course, very interesting, and I was a bit intrigued by the last slide, where you basically, at least my interpretation was that perhaps relatedness is well, we have a mile to go in the Nordics, but at the same time, we know that from research we know that social connectedness and relatedness is perhaps the key driver of happiness, and we score pretty high on overall happiness in the Nordics. So my question is perhaps, do you think that that the kind of Nordic relatedness is different from relatedness elsewhere? Since we seem to be lacking it, but still are quite happy?
Yeah, I guess like it's a bit hard to say. I guess like I would think that the Nordic advantage in happiness comes from like the other factors, but I wouldn't say that at the same time. I wouldn't say that the kind of like the relatedness will be like too bad in the Nordic countries. It seems that we still are relatively good at connecting with other people, even though the way we connect with other people might not always be the same. I guess like there might be some cultural differences. So Finnish people might be very, not into small talk and just like staring at their own feet, but still like when they connect with somebody, then it's like friends for lifetime kind of thing. So I guess like in that sense, the impression of the Nordic people might not always be that they're very like talkative and connecting people, but at the same time they might have like these very deep connections with the people close to them, and I guess that's something I would think that there's not so big difference between Nordic countries and other countries.
So we have kind of an introverted way of being related.
Yeah. I guess like introverted people can also connect with each other.
Perhaps it's just better or deeper than the extroverted way. Yeah. I don't know. What I was thinking about, and thank you for the presentation, we use actually self-determination theory a lot with our clients in sport and in business as well. What we often get asked, whatever we present, people always ask, what's the one thing, right? I know all of these things, right? What is the one thing I should focus on? So my question to you would be, is there a hierarchy? Is there, where would you start from the 4 elements? And is there a difference between a young student, say, or a mid-career professional, or someone who's nearing retirement, of where you would put your energies?
So I guess like one difference between like, for example, this Maslow's hierarchy of needs and this self-determination theory, that self-determination doesn't put the needs in any hierarchy. So they're kind of like basically saying that they're all on the same level. And I guess like then where would you like emphasize? I guess like it depends on the individual. So I would first try to figure out what is the individual's own situation, what are the needs that are already satisfied, where is there like more lack of need satisfaction, and then focus on the factors that have like need satisfaction lacking. And I guess there also can be like some individual differences. So some people might be like more emphasizing autonomy, some people might be more emphasizing this contribution and so forth. I guess like for actually in my case, I think like autonomy is something that I would have very hard time working in any environment that would like trying to constrain my autonomy in any way. So in that sense, like I would think that I have like some kind of like I'm more sensitive to autonomy than many other people. So I guess like in my case, like if I start to think about my work life, I have to start from that and then build the other elements around that. So in that sense, it depends on the individual, but there's like no general thing that one start from one or the other. Just first ask like what is the thing that you're lacking of these 4, and then focus on that.
Great questions. You listened. So really good answers. And what I find really interesting is also this, that you had those 4 pillars there, and I think those are a lot of those things that we would really want to strive for. But in countries like Finland, for example, where we have a lot of freedom, people have a lot of free time, a lot of possibility to use their time as they want. And here we find normally people starting to want things that actually don't increase happiness. And that is, Helge, miswanting, if I understand the right way. So it's wanting things that maybe doesn't increase the happiness. You have a lot of know-how about this, so could you open a bit what it actually means?
What miswanting is?
Yeah.
Okay. Miswanting is basically, I think humans are inherently bad at predicting how future events will make us feel. You have this notion of affective forecasting that typically we overestimate the effect of future events, both positive and negative. So typically, if you have a positive event, like you're buying a new car or a new Louis Vuitton bag, then you typically will overestimate how this will make you feel in a positive way. So you have it's called the impact bias, and also a durability bias. We think that this happiness will last longer than actually does. The positive side of this bias is obviously that negative events have a lesser impact on us than we fear. So we are extremely adaptable as human beings. So that's one part of the miswanting. I think also we are not very good at linking to our future selves. So I'm not too linked to the future Helge. So I'm delegating work and I'm delegating costs to my future self. I don't save as much in pension as I should do. So that's also part of the kind of miswanting concept. And also, as probably we'll discuss with Nora, is also that we tend to be very focused on certain things, and especially athletes, students, some of us at different points in life, we focus too much on certain things. And we think that the next grade or the next event or the next promotion will totally change our lives, and it won't. And then we disregard all the other stuff in life that's more important. So we tend to be slightly miscalibrated on what makes us happy and over-focus on some parts, I think.
And you, Nora, work with these high-performance athletes at Hintsa Performance. And I heard the intro from you, and I've seen the story myself, that even though you're one of the best, you're doing really great in your sport, whatever that is, you might still not be happy. So you're doing everything as you're supposed to, and you're the best in the world, and still you're suffering. Why is this, and what has this to do with miswanting?
That's a great question. And I think it was in the beginning, Reidar said that we in the Nordics, we know something special. We have a secret. We don't really know ourselves what it is, but we have it, right? And the story behind Hintsa was Dr. Aki Hintsa, who already back in the 1990s, he took that something special and that secret to the world's fastest sport in Formula One. He came in by being the doctor for McLaren, and then he actually expanded out to all of the other drivers as well. And he basically told them that I will not only make you successful on the track, I will make you successful off the track as well. And that will make you even more successful. And everyone basically laughed, and they were like, what is this crazy Finnish doctor saying? But the years went by, and it worked. And what he talked to them was physical activity, nutrition, sleep and recovery, your identity, who you are and what you want. So very basic things that we take for granted these days. And he linked those to their ultimate performance. Right? And he would often ask them 3 questions. One was, do you know who you are? Do you know what you want in life? And do you have control to pursue it? They're very simple questions. No one can answer them on the first try. And when you do answer them, you tend to get it wrong, right? We get a lot of clients, very successful people, be them athletes or entrepreneurs or business leaders who are externally super successful. They've achieved status, money, everything they wanted when they were students and watching panelists on stage. And when they come home, they feel empty. They have anxiety, they feel burned out, they are overworked, and they wonder, why am I doing this? And in some cases, they have all of the tick boxes on those 4 elements we saw in that diamond model. They have all of them, but it has been misplaced, right? And they thought they wanted something. They thought they wanted a certain kind of autonomy, but it was actually the sponsors whispering in their ear, or it was their parents who said, this is what you want, right? Go and get it. So we are often our worst enemy when it comes to happiness and when it comes to success. And it is good to actually challenge, what does success really mean to me?
It's really well said, and as an ex-basketball player myself, I've lived there, and I hope that you guys would have been there to help, because I would have really needed that. Dr. Martela, I feel a bit sick with this bug that I just got, so the Miss Wanting bug. So now from the thoughts into some practicalities, what could I practically do so that I would actually get over the Miss Wantingness in addition to answering to the questions?
Yeah, because like quite much of Miss Wantingness probably comes from like, that we are kind of like too much responsible to what other people want us to do, or we are responsible to the situation. Okay, I think that this is what people are supposed to be doing, and then we never stop to think what I myself would want to do. So I guess like the first thing we do is just like stop and think. I'm teaching this one course, like Art of Living at Aalto University, and I'm just this week, last week, I've been reading like the reflective essays that they wrote at the end of the course. And quite many have been like, saying that, actually this was an interesting course because I never had stopped to think about this, that I've been going through the, high school, and then from high school to university, like going this, like, doing all the right things, but never stopping to think, what are the right things for me, So they have been like just doing what is expected of them, and then suddenly they will like to stop to think that, okay, actually, it might be a good idea to just think about like myself, and I guess like an average person probably like spends much more time thinking about what movie they will watch from Netflix next than thinking about what are their like ultimate life goals. So in that sense, like just stopping and having like time to reflect about these things. And it's of course helpful if you do it like together with others, like write yourself, but then discuss afterwards with somebody else who is like in the same situation. I guess like that's a good start. And then another thing is like, just explore different things, because one way of like learning to know yourself is to stop and think and reflect, but other ways like, just go out and do something new and see whether you like it or not, and like learn from that. So that's kind of like a couple of advices.
Really good. And I think like in sports and in life overall, like working in these like high pressure environments, whatever it is, like nowadays it's work, taking care of the family, it can be sports. But there is a lot of pressure to actually deliver. And normally the one thing that you leave the last is delivering for yourself and putting yourself in front of the other things. And I think that's something what most of us are struggling with, is actually finding that that time to take our happiness journey onward. So for example, you working in the sports industry, how do you change that mindset of the people so that they actually put themselves first? And we're talking about this example in the airplane, that first put the mask on yourself and then you can save all the others. It's not that easy to get people to realize it, also because the impact maybe of that work takes many, many years to unfold. So what are some steps?
That's a big question. When we get clients who are slightly older, and now I mean not students anymore, many of them actually resist the idea of living a better life, and that could actually help you perform better. And you know why that is? Because they have already paid a cost. They have already sacrificed hundreds or thousands of hours. They have sacrificed holidays, they have sacrificed weekends, they have sacrificed their family, maybe they're on their third spouse. Maybe they are have not seen their kids grow up, whatever that is. So when we pay this personal cost, we also become very wedded to how we have been doing things. Because if we would then, wake up one day and we're 45 or 50, and actually someone tells you, hey, if you would live a better life, you would be happier, if you would invest in your well-being, you could actually perform even better. That actually tells me that I have been doing things wrong for decades of my life. And that can be identity shattering. It can be really, really bad, right? Because you realize I could actually have watched my kids grow up or be with my first wife or husband or whatever that may be, right? So when we deal with and it's easier with someone who is still studying or earlier in their career, but you need to give people a good off-ramp, like a good way to actually deal with how can I think about the next 10, 20, 30, 40 years of my life and imagine that instead of necessarily the past and undoing the cost that you've incurred.
That's really great tips. And Helge, maybe I will continue to your side then. So you work a lot with students, which also make a big part of the audience. So taking those tips, how can we make sure that our students, our young people, actually get access to those, and how can the universities maybe support it?
Well, as I said in the previous session, I think, just knowledge about what makes people happy and produces meaning in life is a lot of the answer here, I think, because there's a lot of research on happiness on the individual level, and we know quite a bit about what produces meaning and produces value and produces happiness, but we tend to get it wrong often because we overemphasize some parts, and these are not linear effects. It's not like exercise and you do one extra unit of exercise, you get more happy. If you're reasonably fit to begin with, you have no kind of extra happiness effect of another hour of the gym, but you might have a lot of effect of increasing generosity, spending time with your friends, sleeping better. This, the effect of sleep, good sleep on happiness and efficiency and productivity is, massive. And there's a lot of individual factors that we know produces individual happiness, but we tend to get the configuration wrong. And if we are on one path, as you say, just, go down that road, but usually, 1 unit extra of that, whatever it is, doesn't produce much more happiness or meaning. Something else will. And teaching that to our students, that's what we do in the happiness courses in Bergen and at Stockholm. I think that's, and the students also need to experience it. So that's why we do different homework, so testing this for 1 week. Focus on sleep, focus on exercise, focus on generosity, write a thank you letter to your mom or to your high school teacher, and do that systematically. Then, at least then you know these effects, you know what works, and then you can decide for yourself what is more important to you. But just going, straight down one path, either as a student or an athlete or as a human being, then we tend to be a bit miscalibrated, I think. And it's usually the older we are, the more clearly we see that.
The more set in our ways we also become.
Yeah.
Super great answers, and this is a conversation I would love to keep on going because we're getting deeper and deeper. But unfortunately, we're running out of time. 20 minutes goes past fast.
If I may, since there are so many students here, we have the privilege of working with a lot of young athletes as well, and often meet them from when they're teens, and then they're brought up in the talent pipeline. And there are 2 things that our coaches work on with them that have nothing to do with the sport, but 2 things that are really important. One is to keep these kids enjoying and loving the game. Whatever sport they've chosen it because they've loved it, at least at some point in their life. So you have to keep that passion. And the second thing that they do is that they try to keep the parents a bit outside the kid's career. So maintain the relationship to the parents, right? Because if the professional game goes away, and for most young athletes it does, you will still have the love of the game and you will have your parents. So yeah, enjoy the game and your relationships, basically.
I think that's a perfect summary and a perfect way to end the panel. So the older generation's job is to stay out of the way when the young people change the world. And so I think that's pretty much what I also learned here in the years. And I'm super thankful for all the opinions and ideas you had. And we'll keep on inspiring each other here today. So thank you so much to the panel.
Wow, a lot of stuff here today. How many of you have learned something new and interesting today? Practically everyone. And above all, of course, we're looking at all of this from a Nordic perspective. Then, of course, if you look at the big world we have, there is, for example, Taoism and Zen. You could have a look at concepts like wabi-sabi, wu-wei, kintsugi, which is one of my favorites. There is, of course, Chinese Feng Shui. There is Ubuntu from Africa. But there is also, of course, Ikigai. How many of you have heard about Ikigai? Yeah. How many of you have seen the image where you have like what you're passionate about, you make money, and there's Ikigai is at the intersection? Yeah. How many of you were aware, before I say it now, that image is total bullshit? How many of you were aware of it? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11? 11 of you? Yeah, it's bullshit. You can look it up. That is not Ikigai. The Japanese concept of Ikigai is something quite different. So if you go on the interwebs, surf around and find wisdom, you'll find stuff. But what I loved about today's session here is that we have people who are actually researching, giving us homework, doing their own homework, and really know what they talk about. That's been my biggest, huge takeaway today. So, on that note, I want to thank on my own behalf, because it's time for me to step aside after a long day and introduce the last two elements of today's program. Next up, we'll have a magician here, a gentleman who I've had the pleasure to introduce on stage before, so I've seen his awesome stuff. He's a magic experience designer, specializing in creating immersive and thought-provoking events for corporations, universities, and also private clients. And with a background in mechanical engineering, psychology, and experience design, he explores how magic can be used to shift perspectives and enhance both professional and personal growth. He'll dive into how wonder and surprise can enhance well-being. And naturally, there'll be a touch of magic. So thank you on my own behalf. I want to welcome on stage our last performer. And after that, we will have the closing words by our host, Markus Vartiovaara. But before that, a huge warm welcoming applause to Ferdinando Buscema.
Lovely, thank you. All right, thank you very much. It's a pleasure, and I'm glad to be here, to be one of the closing voices. And the title, I wanted to have a title, The Magic of Happiness, which tying together these two very slippery words, which is happiness and magic. But yeah, bear with me for a while. So we are in this together. So, I mean, we are in this together literally, like we are sharing the same space, but also we are in this together, meaning that happiness, it's a team effort. So I'm basically, that's the spoiler alert of what I'm going to do here. There is an individual element of being happy, and then there is the collective being together. Does it make sense? So, okay, but I was getting ahead of myself. Let's start with the individual level. So again, happiness is a very tricky and loaded word. Just for the sake of our conversation here, happiness is the experience of being fully present when action and awareness merge, time is suspended, and we become the creators of our own reality. So for people who are familiar with the notion of flow, flow state, check it out, the famous classic book by Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi. So if you're familiar with this book, you will recognize this. Basically, this description is my own remix and twist of the description of what flow means, being immersed in your space, and then I added my own twist of creating your own reality. So let me show you what flow state means for me as a magician, and I'm happy to try an experiment where I will be hopefully fully present and things will work fine. Nora, right? Nora, do you know playing cards? Yes, you heard. You can stay where you are. You can stay comfortable. So, playing cards, we have red cards and black cards. Just name any card that you like in the deck. Just name out loud. Two of hearts. Wonderful. Will you please point towards someone else here in the room? Just point. Choose one person. Which one? Him. Hello, Anton. Hello. So two of hearts, and do you have a favorite card? King of Spades. So we have two cards, the King of Spades and the two of hearts that somehow are supposed to be in the deck, hopefully. So let me show you what flow state looks like for a magician. First of all, you shuffle the deck. And then you cut the deck in this very fancy Italian way. This is a sculpture made of cards. Sometimes people applaud, but you don't have to. Now comes my moment where I do the impression of this guy. And we have the two of hearts and the King of Spades. Two of hearts and the King of Spades. And generally, I am happier when this works. And today it did. So two of hearts and King of Spades. Thank you. Souvenir brings good luck. Anton, this is for you. Yes, wonderful. All right. So, okay, this is the individual element. What can you do to be happy? And my wish to you is to seek whatever shape or form the flow state is going to work for you. This is one of my own ways. But again, my second point, as I already said, happiness is a team sport. As this poet wrote in the 16th century, no man or no woman is an island entire of itself. Every man is a piece of the continent, a part of the main. Once again, these are kind of secrets hidden in plain sight, and we've been hearing about this idea that connection, being together with people, doing things together, sharing the joys, even the sorrows, it's part and parcel with it, hoping to achieve happiness, whatever that means, in whatever shape or forms it comes. And so to do this final thing, trying to address the collective element of happiness, I would like to invite on stage my new friend, Alberto Prati. Would you mind coming on stage? Thank you. You volunteered yourself. And the reason, not because you are Italian, stay with me. Well, that's part of it. Okay. The reason is that I saw that you're very good with numbers. It's part of what you do, right? Actually, I have my own soft spot for numbers, having studied engineering, and I am a big fan of numbers. And we are going to play this kind of collective ritual here. So I invite you, all of you, to take your phone. And Alberto, you will be the eyes of everyone here on stage, just making sure that what I'm saying is legit and true. Fair?
I check.
Okay, yeah. So please open up your calculator Fair? Are you there? Okay. Alberto, point anyone here in the room.
I don't know.
Emma, can you make an assessment, like a very precise one, of how many people we are here in the room? Take a look, take a guess, like a very sharp number. Go ahead. 232. So, Alberto, 232. Please type 232 on your phone. Just go. Emma, will you point to someone else? This is a kind of collective web of happy people. The one, okay, hello. So 232. How many happy people do you know? Yeah, well, tell me another number, but very precise, very specific. Tell me another, one more or one less. We want the number 202 sharp. Okay, so please multiply by 173. Alberto, until here, like, what is your result? 40,136. Are you there? Yeah. Give me a sign. Bear with me. This is going places. And, okay, Alberto, just because you are here. Now we, so this number, now we do plus. So, Alberto, can you just type some random numbers on this without, yeah, just type some random numbers. Yeah, go ahead. Just more. Okay, just a second. Okay. I think I messed it up. Okay. I apologize.
It was too random.
Well, it was too random. And so we said we started with 232, multiply by 173. Yeah. Correct. Yeah. Now, will you point to anyone else? Yes, hello. Just tell us any number that comes to your mind. 202 again? No, 202. So multiply by 202. Yes? What is the final result? 107? Is that correct? Alberto, now this is your moment to shine. Your final, okay. Now, plus, just type some random numbers again. Go ahead. One more. That's fine. Okay, you typed 4,365,135. Let's take the number again. 4,365,135. And then press equal. Let's say if we're getting there. I've been abusing your patience, I know, but this is worth it. So what is the final result? It was plus. Plus. So plus 4,365,135. So what is the total you're coming with?
12,472,607.
So are you there? Are we on the same page? Thank you so much. And thank you for, no, please be here with me. So it's 12 million. This looks like a Shaggy Dog story for those who know what that is. So 12,472,607, right? Are you there? Yeah. Okay, as I told you, there are weird magic secrets hidden in numbers, and this is not a random number. This is a number which is tied to happiness, somehow. I can prove that. Before coming here, I wrote something, and Alberto, will you just hand this piece from here? Yeah? And let's see if the number is correct. So it's 12,472,607. And that's where people applaud. Yeah. But, as I told you since the beginning, that happiness, it's a sport that we play together. That's what it is. Happiness, it's a sport we play together. Yeah? Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of the day. Yeah?
Wow.
Wonderful piece of amazing. Time after time, I can't be without being at awe when Fernando gives his magical closing. We are also approaching now the closing of this part of our summit, but this is at the same time only the beginning of the evening. I hope you all have received something, nourishment for your souls. I felt like popcorn for my mind, or tapas, quick small bites that I really feel nourished by. And there's so many acts, both reflections from Norway, our friends from Sweden, Finland, Italy, our wonderful Italian guests, that really this has gone far beyond my imagination, what this first summit could have entailed. I hope you felt something beautiful inside you as well. I started off with a mistake, and luckily I have my wife somewhere here in the crowd. Christina, where are you? She said, everything is good except you showed the yellowness inside from the beginning. I really feel happy inside, to be honest, for this start. Thank you so much for our students, wonderful students, to create this magic together. What happens next? We are going to experience the life outside. We're going to have a really interesting solution area together with our friends from Great Place to Work and all the beautiful companies that have stood up for us for this one. We'll have startups there. I hope you all enjoy the sculpture. So while we've been sitting here in the warmth, we have people really building something beautiful for us that we're going to also experience during the ceremony. But I recommend you to go and have a peek preview at the sculpture as well. Then we're going to have a dinner together, caring and sharing. So we practice this the Nordic style, but a little bit singing with it as well. So we do a unique way of that. And of course, sauna to the end. There's a whole sauna party crew here waiting to give the final touches of tonight. And different kinds of singing and the like. This all will be recorded. This has been live streamed. I at least feel I want to come back to this moment multiple times. These are available at Hanken's YouTube channels. And so that you can reflect upon what you experienced here today. I hope, a little bit like Annika's words about life events, I hope this was a small, tiny little life event you all can carry with you. Maybe a small seed that can let you grow in the space of happiness and well-being. And maybe on the 3 X's, we can now practice the perspective of relationships, and hopefully you will, during tonight, meet somebody new, and as many possible new ones that you can talk about this very important subject together. So now it's time to party, time for you to enjoy. Thank you so much for the first ever Nordic Happiness.